Welcome, everyone, to the MSAD 51 Board of Directors meeting this chilly, dark Thursday, November 20th. I'm really excited to kick off this evening with some recognitions, and I'm going to invite Representative Christina Mitchell to come up for some legislative sentiments. And it's nice to see you back here, Christina. We missed you.
Hi.
Here, you've been busy.
I missed you guys, too. Actually, I really do. It's a little bit different. But thank you for coming. Thank you for inviting me. I'm sorry it's taken so long to coordinate everybody getting here or whatever, but I'm here. Senator Peirce regrets she could not come. Today is appeals day for bills, and she's one of the leaders that makes the decisions on what bills go forward or not, so she regretted she could not come. But I have her sentiment that she put through for the baseball team. So I would like to read this. It is written out. You can all see it. The state of Maine wants it to be known that we, the members of the Senate and the House of Representatives, join in recognizing the Greeley High School boys baseball team, which won the 2025 Class B state championship, the team's first title in 10 years. Okay, good. All right, we extend our congratulations and best wishes, and be it ordered that this official expression of sentiment be sent forthwith on behalf of the 132nd Legislature and the people of the state of Maine. So congratulations, and thank you very much for all your hard work. There's a little bit of a backlog because apparently there's something in the water here, or the teachers, or what they're doing to encourage and get athletes that just tough it out till they win. So we have a little bit of a backlog. Apologize for that. But I have 4 more sentiments. Because of scheduling and everything, not everyone could be here. So I think perhaps if it's all right with you, Madam Chair, I won't read all of them, each one, because they're pretty much the same except for the name of the team. So first I will let you know what teams I'm talking about. There's the Greeley.
Sure, you would not want to hear from me, but one of the folks that are here, one of our players.
We would love to hear.
A little synopsis of the outstanding season you had. And I don't want to put you on the spot, but there may even be a haiku later, I don't know.
Ooh.
Oh my gosh.
We have a poet among us, a published poet, no less. So fellas, who gets the honor? And you can all join them. You can all come up here so you can be on candid camera here. There we go. Well done.
My name is Silas Salome. What am I supposed to say?
We would love to hear about your season. We are so proud
Yes.
of what you accomplished.
So it was a great season. What did we finish, like 13-4 or something like that? Yeah, 13-4, 13-3. We were the 2nd seed behind Cape. We had very strong season going through until Garrick Donnelly got hurt, and then that was kind of an issue for us. Going to playoffs, we beat Leavitt the first round, and then Freiburg in the regional. No, League Region, and then Freiburg in the regional. Kyle Soul with a walk-off triple. And then in the state game, we started James Sachs, and we were losing the entire game until the last inning with 2 outs, and we came back, won 6-5.
Wow. Sounds like an incredible season. Thank you. And before you know it, it'll be baseball season again, right?
Oh, yeah.
Again, thank you so much for coming out this evening, and we so appreciate all that you've done to make Greeley Athletics what it is, and very award-winning. So thank you.
I think we should do a photo.
Photo. All right.
Everybody, including coaches, go up for a quick photo at the podium.
We need a little photo op.
And Christina.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Christina.
Christina. And Christina.
Christina,
She's like, no.
And Christina.
Mr. Shapiro.
Yes, Christina.
Oh no,
Also
don't
Mr.
leave out the
Shapiro.
door.
Not just yet, Kyle.
You want to get it? Yeah. Yeah, you can.
Social media okay, boys?
Yes, guys. Yeah.
If you ever want to come up with me and her.
Thank you. Have a nice evening. Appreciate it.
That made my night. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Good job.
Thank you.
That made my night. Oh my gosh, that was fun.
All right. Thank you, Christina.
Thank you.
All right. Now we are going to move to Principal Carol MacArthur. I cannot wait to hear about the Socktober Service Learning Project, GMS 45.
All right. I have just a couple of slides to give you some visuals, so just need a moment to connect. No code. That's exciting. All right. So I'm here to talk about Socktober. This is an annual service learning project that's conducted by two of our fifth grade teachers, Mrs. Gervais and Mrs. Rothbart. This year marks their fourth year doing this really exciting project. So I thought I'd start by just explaining what Socktober is. They did not come up with this particular event, but it was started by a man named Brian Montague. He's from Tennessee, and it was 2011. And he realized that there was a large homeless population in his hometown, and he wanted to do something about it. So while researching the needs of the homeless community, he learned that socks are the item least donated to homeless shelters. So he took action. He began to film himself wishing people happy Socktober as he gave out pairs of socks on the streets. And he posted these videos to social media. His videos caught traction and more people wanted to help. So 14 years later, Socktober is now recognized all over the world, all 7 continents, with a donation drive in the month of October. So how do we participate in Socktober? Well, first off, Mrs. Gervais and Mrs. Rothbart use a variety of age-appropriate resources to teach students about homelessness, poverty, and other challenging situations that might cause a person or a family to be in need of community support. The executive director of Maine Needs in Portland visits the classroom to talk about what type of community support their organization provides, how many families they help, and with which type of items. This is where the fun starts. So then students sign up for the various jobs required to conduct a successful donation drive. They have box decorators for the collection bins, fact finders for their promotional materials, script writers and presenters for their visits to classrooms and at school assemblies before and after the drive, poster makers to hang around the school, goal setters who create the visual that tracks their progress, and sock sorters who work with students in our functional life skills classroom to get the donations ready for pickup. So through these experiences, students learn how to have empathy for those in need, as well as ways they can actively get involved in supporting their greater community by volunteering their time, donating items, raising awareness, and participating in community-focused initiatives such as Socktober. So I have a series of photos that I wanted to share with you just to bring this to life a little bit. So these are some of the collection boxes, which you can see kids get pretty creative. There are boxes all over the hallways while these are being constructed, and so it's really fun to see the progress. These are some of our presenters. So the lower left is actually last year's group as they were preparing to present at a school assembly. And then the picture at the top is this year, the students that presented at our school-wide assembly to launch Socktober. They did a big rousing cheer with spelling out Socktober. Give me an S, give me an O. So it was super fun. These are a couple of examples of goal setters and trackers that they've used over the years. So again, the students decide how they want to track their progress, and then they create these visuals. They're hung right at the top of the stairs in the library windows, so anyone who walks up the stairs sees how their progress is going. And then what better way to really be introduced to this is to share a video with you from actually last October, where Mrs. Gervais and Mrs. Rothbart's classes were recognized as community champions by WMTW. So this will just be a little moment of switching technology, and I don't know if I don't think we'll bypass the ad at the start, and it moves directly into another news story at the end. So fair warning. Oh.
This is the third year that Greeley Middle School students are collecting winter gear for Mainers in need.
You know, it's every little bit that counts.
Posters are up around the school and lots of little hands are involved. This includes the functional life skills classroom, incorporating kids with special needs as part of the sorting process. According to the kids, these are good quality hats, mittens, and socks.
We take all sizes, and no, we're not donating socks with holes. That would not be a help at all. Definitely not used socks, because I know if I was getting socks, I wouldn't want dirty.
Greeley Middle School has set a goal to collect 2,000 sock donations along with other winter accessories.
So there's boy socks here.
Donations will all go to Maine Needs, a community-run donation center in Portland.
I really believe that anyone can help, and this is just an example of that. Like, you can be of any age, you can be of any, any background, and participate. And these kids showing up and starting to understand. Maybe they didn't know that kids were going without socks or underwear or waterproof gloves or mittens until an adult told them. Some of these kids, that's not their life experience, and for them to understand that and to grow empathy, I think is a really important part of being in this world.
There's so many people in Maine who are in need, and I think the kids have gotten a good understanding of that through this process, to recognize that even within our community, there are people who are struggling, and I think that's really important for kids to understand.
Stone says that Maine Needs gets hundreds of requests from other schools, hospitals, and shelters for winter gear, but she says donation drives like this will help more Mainers to stay warm. Reporting for Maine's Total Coverage, I'm Talia Clark.
I almost got ahead of the next. Anyway, so I guess I need to get off there so that my screen isn't still showing. There we go. Okay. So the last couple years, our students have set the goal of raising or collecting 2,000 items. And this year, our students were very excited to announce their total, even though they did not make the 2,000 mark. There were plants in the audience, and they were super thrilled to announce that they raised 1,567 items. So the entire audience knew the number before anybody else. So I gave them an opportunity to share the number again in the assembly. But anyway, thank you for the opportunity to share about Socktober.
That is so cool. How many times do you hear that number a day?
I try not to hear it at all.
Thank you for bringing that program forward and sharing with us. That's incredible. You're welcome. What an experience. Awesome. Okay. Now we will move to the approval of minutes. Can I have a motion to approve the minutes of the October 23rd, 2025 meeting?
So moved.
Thank you, Sean. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Sarah. Any questions or comments on the October 23rd meeting minutes? Okay. All in favor? Great. And it's unanimous. Abstain, Caitlin. Yeah. Awesome. Now we're going to move to public oh, hello, Megan. Now we're going to move to public comment. Is there anyone signed up? You are. Okay, great. So we welcome you to the podium. I know you're a familiar face here, and so you probably know the jam. We do 3 minutes. Please state your name, town of residence, whenever you're ready.
Rich Parento, North Yarmouth.
Thank you.
Won't need even 3 minutes. Could you please explain what is the requirement by the state for the district to provide pre-K? Am I able to get a response tonight?
Hi, yes. We don't do back and forth during public comment. Thank you for coming this evening. I do know this is a topic that is being discussed a lot, and there's a survey out right now about the pre-K program. The requirement that, as I understand it, is to provide special ed services, and there's a goal to provide universal pre-K by the state, is my understanding. Thank you for coming out. And I do know there is a need to get more information out to the community in general, and we are working towards that goal. Both the administrative working group has their work underway with the survey, and I do know that there's lots of interest in what the plan is going to be for our district. Great. Thank you. Okay, so now we get to welcome Marie Treblecock to present the assessment report from 2024-25.
Okay.
Looks like you've got 3 minutes. No.
In 3 minutes.
I knew it a little longer than 3. Okay. Wouldn't that be sweet? Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm back again to talk to you about data. So here's our assessment overview. The goals for tonight are the same goals that we had last year: to understand our universal assessment system that we use in MSAD 51, how and why we use those assessments and when they're administered, roughly, to get our heads around our data, how our students are doing, and to understand what we're doing in response to areas of need that are highlighted in our data. So those are my goals for this evening for all of you. So we're going to start with some background to frame up for you the things that we're talking about when we look at the data. Okay, so state required assessments is where I'd like to start. So the Department of Education requires testing in fall and spring in both reading and math in grades 3 through 8 and 10, and at the 5th, 8th, and 11th grade levels in science. The state uses this as the accountability measure for access to federal funding. We are required to have 95% of our students participate in the state assessment. If you fall below that, you're at risk of losing federal funds. So it's important that we have students participate. The fall test is a little different from the spring test. It is fully adaptive across levels. Students answer questions until they get 50% correct and 50% incorrect, and that yields an instructional level for that student. In the spring, the test, 1/3 of the questions adapt in that manner, 2/3 adapt up 1 grade level or down 1 grade level. And those are main specific questions that are standards aligned with our state standards. And that yields a main specific scaled score. The fall and spring main through year assessment scores are not able to measure growth in the way that we would like for an assessment to do, because these tests are a little bit different from each other from fall to spring. We are required to give both assessments, the fall assessment and the spring assessment, but only the spring assessment is used for accountability purposes. So how do we use the data is the next question. For the Maine through year, we received our results this year in July and for last spring's assessment. And for the Maine science data, it came to us in September, and that's an improvement over prior years. And it remains a challenge to use the data to inform instruction at the individual student level, because by the time we receive the data, those students have moved on to the next grade level and sometimes the next school. That being said, we are able to use our state assessment data to examine our curriculum over time and consider implications at scale. So for example, our literacy data for a number of years indicated that we had a curriculum issue in reading and writing, and we knew that our curriculum wasn't built to address all of the key elements of a sound literacy curriculum, especially at the early grades. And so this year, we have finally launched a new comprehensive pre-K literacy program in response to that. Okay. So universal assessments are other tools that we use. Because our state assessments are limited to some degree to large-scale curriculum analysis, and because we need more timely data to address individual student skill deficits through our multi-tiered systems of support, we rely on our internal assessments to inform decisions that we make. You might recall that multi-tiered systems of support, or MTSS, we've been saying that a lot, you've heard Julie and I say it 100 times, right, is a framework of 3 tiers for meeting the needs of learners in our school. It used to be a triangle, and now it's kind of a diamond there. And that's to show that we're addressing skill deficits and also enrichment. So in one direction, it is tier 2. Tier 1 is the center column. 80% of our students should have their needs met in the core curriculum. That's just a regular classroom. Tier 2 involves small group targeted instruction or small group targeted enrichment. And tier 3 is individualized, targeted, and intensive instruction, or gifted and talented programming on the opposite side. We use our internal assessments to help identify students who need help and what they need help with, as well as who's ready for extensions. Okay, so some key points around the universal assessments that we use that are internal. So we give the iReady assessment because it's criterion referenced, and so that means against standards, rather than norm referenced against peers of a similar age and grade nationally, to know how kids are performing against their grade level expectations. The data from this assessment gives us a better idea of how our students are actually performing against those grade level expectations. You'll see when I get into the data that the iReady data looks a little bit lower overall than the Maine through year data. And I feel like that's okay because of how we're using this data. We want to know how our students are performing against grade level standards when we're thinking about individual programming decisions for those students. So there's value in both assessments for different reasons, I guess is my point. We're using this data to inform Tier 1 instructional practices, the regular classroom, across grades, but also for determining how to support individual students with additional instructional needs through Tier 2 and Tier 3 instruction. And we can also measure student growth from fall to spring with this assessment, which is one way for us to understand the impact of our instruction. So how are they doing? The big question, right? So we're going to start with iReady. Remember that this is criterion referenced against standards, and we're looking at their end of year data tonight. That gives us the best glimpse of how our students are faring from one year to the next after a year of instruction. Okay, so a little bit before I jump into talking about each of these graphs is that there are a couple of key considerations that I just want to highlight for you. The bars represent the total percentage of students who are on grade level at the end of the school year. The nuance is that the dark red on these represent students who are at mid-grade level or above grade level at the end of the year. The pink represents students who are early on grade level at the end of the year. And so while the overall percentage is the one that you see at the very top, kind of outside of those bars, that's all students who are on grade level at the end of the year. The students who are in pink, we don't want to be complacent about because they're early on grade level at the end of the year. And so as we move into the next school year, we want to make sure that they don't fall below but continue to rise up. Okay, so that's just an important distinction. Another consideration for the totality of these graphs, we're aiming for 80%. If 80% of our students are having their needs met in the Tier 1 setting, then we're really able to tailor instruction in Tier 2 and Tier 3. When you have less than 80%, you are really, you'll have difficulty meeting the needs of students in Tier 2 and Tier 3 because more students than you can serve are in that category, okay? So for this graph, you can see Mabel I. Wilson's iReady Spring Math Achievement levels over time. My story here is that you can see a gradual increase in performance since the 21 school year in math at this level, and we still have some work to do. The last 3 years have been flat overall in achievement, but we are at that 80% or above level, which means our overall system is working as it should. So at GMS 4.5, our math data jumped after the 21-22 year and remained fairly flat until last year, where you can see a nice jump in achievement. At GMS 4.5, the teachers are leveraging small group instruction to address key skill deficits they see across a grade level in their iReady screening data. That approach began last year under Shannon Peterson. Shout out to Shannon. Under her math leadership. So you can see some nice gains in achievement. I can't say for sure if it's that approach that led to those gains, but it certainly can't hurt to have that kind of approach. So we'll give Shannon the win, and also the 4-5 teachers.
Good evening. Thank you for joining us for the Greeley High School Parent-Teacher Conferences. We appreciate you joining us tonight, and we will see you.
Cool. Okay. At GMS 6.8, there's a gradual increase over time. It's very slow going. It's important to note that 24-25 represents year 2 of implementing a new math curriculum in the middle school in response to that flat achievement over time. Since it takes 3 years to really hit your stride with new curriculum, we're hoping that this upswing, that gradual incremental increase, continues over time. Okay, so for reading, you can see a relatively flat performance in iReady over time at Mabel I. Wilson. The good news is we aim for 80%, and our data reflects that we're there with our reading achievement. So the core reading is solid despite not moving much from year to year. In grades 4-5, the results are mostly flat over time and below that 80% level that we're aiming for. You can see some modest gains, and last year there was a nice little bump in literacy, and you can also see that the gains are largely in the group that's solidly on grade level for reading. So to me, that's an important point to just highlight, that where those gains are happening is in that darker red, which means kids are more secure with their skills. We are hoping to see this trend continue over time with the introduction of CKLA, but I think it's important to state that gains at 4-5 are going to take time. Current students didn't have the benefit of CKLA from their early grades. They had good instruction, but they didn't have the cohesive curriculum that threads all the way through. And so as students move up through the grades, they should bring more and more prior knowledge with them, which can only help in their comprehension in reading. So I'm hoping that this will continue to improve. Similar story at the middle school. The reading results are pretty flat overall and consistently in the 70% range, which is below the target of 80%. Okay. So Maine through year. I'm going to blither on for a minute here. Humor me for a minute. When we get into this data, you're going to see slightly higher performance on reading and math. Again, 2/3 of this assessment, criterion reference, 1/3 is fully adaptable. It was done so that this assessment could be used as the federal accountability measure for the state of Maine. The original test, NWEA, was not suitable for accountability purposes, so Maine had to adjust the test, and that's why the fall test and the spring test are a little different from each other. You'll see a bit of a drop in achievement in the year that those changes were made. I think that drop may have something to do with more grade level aligned questions on the test, which is a good thing. We want grade level aligned questions. Also, the charts you're going to see are reported differently than iReady, and that's just because the state reports differently. Those show students at or above, meaning that the student was in the proficient range for achievement at their grade level. And then as an additional layer, I think it's important to just say that our students with disabilities and our economically disadvantaged students are performing lower than their same age peers on the Maine through year and Maine science assessments. Students who qualify for an IEP with specially designed instruction are required in the identification process to have lower achievement as part of that process. So it stands to reason that our students with IEPs who are still receiving specially designed instruction would have lower achievement on some of these assessments. If they were performing on grade level, they wouldn't need specially designed instruction. Additionally, some of our economically disadvantaged students are also students with disabilities, and they're showing up twice in the disaggregated data. So I think that for those students who are showing up twice, the likely cause of the lower achievement has to do with the reasons for SDI, right, that I just mentioned with because they're economically disadvantaged and they have an IEP. Our special ed population is about 13% of the total student population, and the economically disadvantaged population is about 9%. And so for me, it's a reasonable likelihood that there's some crossover between those two categories. But I think it's important to state that there's lower achievement in those two groups. Okay, so these graphs look a little bit different. They represent the Maine through year math data. This one represents Maine through year math data by school over time. The dark red maroon is Wilson School. The one right next to that, the sort of darker pink, is GMS 4.5. The mid pink is 6.8, and the light pink is Greeley High School. I will share this with you all after this so that you can see it. I didn't have it ready until about 20 minutes before I came tonight. So what you can see here is that the math data in 2021, the high school is not represented there. That's because we only had about 14% of our students participate that year. And so it was suppressed. There weren't enough students who participated. The general story here is that starting in 22-23, when the test changed from fully norm referenced to partially criterion referenced, our scores dropped. That being said, performance at each school last year was up. Every school showed improvement last year, and that's nice to see. The gains were modest, but universally upward. And that's for math. For reading, again, high school data was suppressed, and then you see a dip, albeit a smaller one, in reading skills starting in 2023, and then again, a gradual increase. But unlike the math scores last year, literacy dropped a little bit at each grade level. And when you're viewing this data over the last 3 years, again, still pretty flat achievement overall. Main science assessment changed in 21-22. For years, our scores were significantly higher than this, and at the state level as well, significantly higher than these achievement levels. The rigor of the assessment has changed significantly. And so that's contributing to a better understanding of how our students are performing against grade level science standards. You can see that the 5th grade scores were flat from 2024 to 2025. They're in the dark red. And then the 8th grade scores actually dropped a little bit. And the high school jumped by quite a bit. So overall, for the district, our scores are up on the main science assessment, and that has everything to do with the high school's increase from last year to this year. So how are we doing compared to the state average? In math, you can see a decline in achievement over time in our district that really mirrors what happened at the state level, but it's quite a bit less dramatic than the state drop. Even though our data is stronger than what we see at the state level, we're not complacent about that. We're concerned about the dip, and what you can see over the last couple of years is teeny tiny incremental increases. So we're starting to make some ground, but it's definitely slow going. And then for reading, again, consistently performing at 80% or higher, which is quite a bit better than the state average. And you can see a bit of a drop last spring from our prior year's performance. And then for science, here's the achievement on the main science assessment. Compared to the state, both the district and state are really quite flat overall, with very modest gain last spring over the prior year. And again, our achievement is quite a bit higher than the state average, but overall our progress has been slow. Okay, so what's the bumper sticker for all of this? I would say we're making slow progress and we continue to have work to do. So what are we doing about it is, I think, the most important question. We continue to use our professional learning time, which is that picture over on the far side there, to engage in data analysis. That's what's happening in that photograph. Knowing where we are helps us make decisions on where we need to go. So what does that look like in action, right? K-5 literacy and math specialists are routinely using data protocols to analyze their iReady data with teachers to inform decisions about instructional areas of focus by grade level. Middle school teams dig into student data using protocols to determine who needs additional support and who needs enrichment. And the high school MTSS team is examining an array of screening data, including assessment data, attendance data, classroom data, to make student support decisions. Likewise, we're spending professional learning time examining released science assessment items to analyze the types of questions our students are encountering on the assessment, and making adjustment to instruction and assessment practices accordingly. Our adoption of CKLA right there in the middle is a direct response to our data indicating that not all of our students were reading on grade level, and it was a number of years in the making. We identified a comprehensive curriculum program that includes the systematic teaching of foundational skills and the knowledge building instruction necessary for comprehension of complex text. This is best practice for teaching literacy. It's going to take us several years to see the benefits of this investment. Students need time in the curriculum to build knowledge from one year to the next. Teachers need time and experience teaching the curriculum to understand how everything connects and how students respond and how to adapt accordingly. And then finally, of equal importance, a little attendance banner there, you've broken record here. We take our achievement data seriously. We also continue to address attendance rates with proactive family communication about the importance of regular attendance. You've heard me say it before. If they are not in school, we cannot teach them. So we need our students to come to school. We are messaging that regularly to make attendance a clear priority. Last year, our chronic absenteeism was at 8.8%, which was about the same, a little higher than the prior year at 8.1%. So we still think this messaging is important to really kind of hammer home, come to school, come to school, come to school. So the bottom line of all of this is that by reviewing our literacy and math curriculum instructional practices, reviewing our data, all of this is done for a reason. The new pre-K literacy program, the new-ish math program, our attention to instructional practices that work are all responsive to the needs that we see in our achievement data. And with that, what questions do you have for me?
Thank you, Mari. I know that was a lot that you just went over, and I appreciate you sharing this out with us after so we can continue to dig in. I did just want to mention to the board we are slightly time limited now because we do have an executive session that we're going to go into. Hi, Connor. But Mari welcomes the opportunity to dive deeper with any, board member if we have additional questions that aren't able to be addressed tonight. I do want to, maybe limit us to 10 minutes of questions. I'll go first because, I have the mic. Right? So we often hear about how Maine ranks so low. I think the last, headline I saw was we're bottom 10 states in the country. When you hear, when we hear those statistics, which measures are those based off of? The ones that you shared with the state?
They're based off of the NAEP assessment, which is a national assessment that our students typically are taking that in 5th grade and 8th grade every 2 years.
Okay.
And in reading and math. They also do a science assessment, but our students have not been assessed in that one. And this year is a NAEP year. And so that data is, we never get the results back, but it is used it's the nation's report card. So when you hear about the United States is faring more poorly than Scandinavian countries, for example, that's the data that they're looking at, and that's the same data that those national achievement rankings reflect. I will say, though, that yes, Maine used to be at the top and is no longer. And there are probably lots of reasons for that. I'm concerned about that, and I'm particularly concerned about how our students in MSAD 51 fare, right? I feel like this is where we can make an impact on student achievement by paying attention to our data and then engaging in good practices and not bury our heads in the sand about data. Right?
And so do we get our district results back?
We don't. Nobody gets those results. It's just for the nation's report card.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great question.
Thank you. All right. I'll leave my questions there just to give others a chance. Lauren?
I'm trying to form what's going on in my brain, so just bear with me. Data is one way to look at this, and I'm just thinking to myself, we measure certain things, and test taking measures certain things, and not all of us are good at that. And I wonder, in these trends that you see with the data, is there any conversation with the teachers about, are they observing these things over the years too?
Yes.
Yeah.
So thank you for asking that question. When we're making individual student program decisions, it is not only looking at one assessment. We look at classroom data, we look at screening data from the SRSS, which is behavioral and social emotional sort of regulation data. We look at teacher observation. So it's a we aim to triangulate and have at least 3 data points before we're making a decision that a student needs interventions at the tier 2 or tier 3 level, or if they need enrichment. So we're looking at multiple data points. What's helpful about the iReady data is the students take that assessment, it is against their grade level standards, and it isn't unit connected, right? Most of our classroom assessments are connected to this most recent interval of instruction. So let's say it's a 6-week unit, and then I give an end of unit assessment. Well, I just taught them that content. What's gonna happen in terms of their retention of that material 6 months from now, right? Or can they apply it in a novel situation? So looking at criterion referenced assessments as a dipstick is helpful, in addition to how are they performing on those classroom level assessments. It's both.
Sure. Oh, I was kind of curious more about like, not necessarily individually, but collectively, you know, when you see these, you know, the collective trends over time, like the literacy decision that you made to change the curriculum there, were you hearing from staff like, yeah, they really can't write as well, or we're noticing these gaps?
Yes.
Yeah.
Definitely. That there was a literacy committee that was convened in 2018 because we were seeing that our students, about 30% of our students, were not reading on grade level and were not making the kind of progress that we wanted to see. So, yes.
Thank you.
Sean?
So, wrote a few things down, and I'm trying to cherry pick what I'm going to say. I guess just to compress it real quick, can we get data that how other schools are doing, in the sense that can we compare against Falmouth or Cape? And I'm not saying those just because it's the first that came to my mind. Just saying in the sense that certain schools have MTSS programs that are fully developed, others don't have funding to even do one. Or attendance data versus the data that we're doing at school. And is there a district or a group or an area that's doing better that we could model? Or and if it's not locally or even statewide, is there somewhere to model if there's not one locally to model? I know there's a lot.
That's a lot of questions in one. We can pull data from the ESEA dashboard at the state of Maine. Anybody can do that. You can Google ESEA dashboard, MDOE, and you can find data from every school and district in the state right there. So yes, we can pull other area schools and compare. There was a lot in that question.
I think for me the big things are like
and looking at, we can look at
MTSS
I mean we can look at other districts and see what they're doing and then call them up and say, what are you doing? But that dashboard will only have the data. It's a data dashboard, so we would need to consult with them directly. I meet regularly with the curriculum directors in Falmouth and Yarmouth. We talk shop together, so that's one way. And then there's also the Maine Curriculum Leaders Association. I attend those meetings, so those help as well.
Would you say we are, because obviously that data is not up there right now, but would you say we are towards the top tier of those sets of groups of schools you would?
Our district is a high-performing district and has been for a long time. I don't have their data in front of me right now. I can pull that for you and send it to you, but I don't have it in front of me to speak to this past year. Did one of those schools perform better than we did? But I can get that for you.
Yeah, I think the question about comparing to other MTSS districts is interesting. Yeah, how many districts do you know of?
It's required by law that we have systems of support for students. So in theory, every district in the state should have multi-tiered systems of support. That is highly variable in implementation because different districts are resourced differently to be able to actually embed that programming. So it's kind of all over the place.
You can put a timer on the clock. Put it on. No.
3 minutes.
I got 3 minutes. We can do it. Mari, so I just wanted the board to know I reached out beforehand to get some questions, and Mari was gracious enough to give me 30 minutes of her time, probably more than that, answering some of them. So we, just for the board to know, we looked at growth targets together, and it looks like usually around like 60% of most of our grade levels are meeting their growth targets, which is really important to look at in terms of attainment. And then there's also stretch goals, which is like you're growing 2 grade levels in a year, and about 30% of our students are doing that. And so we had talked about, well, who are those 30% meeting their stretch goals, because we really want our special education students and some of our lower end students doing that, and she's going to get that back to us. So just to, kind of level set where we're at. And Jeff, after that conversation, we have the right person for sure. Like, you've known this for a while too, and we have too, but it's solidified every single time I talk with her that we have the right person in this job. So it's really great to have.
Well, I appreciate your endorsement.
Yeah. I will say
I've
that
known that from the beginning.
I will say that, like, what she's going to have to do with some of this data to get it back to us in a timely manner, it's a lot. And I feel like what she has right now and what our school teams have, because iReady data is really given at the classroom level, it's really hard to aggregate it. So from our standpoint, or from your standpoint, or from a principal standpoint, it's really difficult for us. And I feel like I'm dying to be able to help and figure out ways to support in that. But I think as a board, we should come up, and maybe it's the curriculum committee, maybe it's offline someplace, but I think we're going to have to find ways to give what Mari just asked for, which is time. And some of that time could be just systems and structures and data systems to help with some of that aggregation. So that is my comment off the top. But my last comment is parents. We're at 30 seconds. Parents, and how we kind of engage parents in this, and they know where they fall and where their students are scoring. I know that you send something out in the spring, but is that part of your plan in terms of how you can engage them in MTSS as we go through? Like, yes, you're doing enrichment opportunities, but how throughout the year can we engage parents in that learning as well?
Yeah, that's a great question. So that happens at the school level, and it happens a little bit differently in each school because the students are at different developmental levels, and the implementation of that programming varies from school to school, somewhat appropriately, because there's quite a difference between a kindergartner and a ninth grader, right? But so anytime students are receiving either enrichment or interventions, there is communication home with parents about, hey, your child has been recommended for tier 2 interventions, or your child has been recommended for this tier 2 literacy group. And this is what it's going to look like. And here's the data that we use to determine why your child should be included in that group. And then when students are at the tier 3 level, we're not assigning grades in a traditional sense in the intervention levels at tier 2 and tier 3, right? This is more of like a narrative communication about, this is the progress that we're seeing based on your child's iReady achievement, based on the instruction that I'm doing in the progress monitoring, which isn't about iReady at all. It's about boots on the ground with that student, regularly assessing them and graphing their data. And so when we have students, particularly at the tier 3 level, the communication is much deeper as a result, because and very individualized for that student. They're conferencing in our schools this week and the 2 days next week, and our interventionists who work with children in the tier 3 level are also conferencing with families during that time and putting that data right in front of them and sharing their progress. So yes, but it looks different in different settings.
Thank you. And during it's conference week, so parents reach out to your staff and teachers and ask them what their plan is, because they have it. So just anyone listening from a parent perspective, make sure that you're asking.
Right, and in terms of, we don't send home iReady reports until the end of the year, and we do that by design because we send a particular report that shows the growth in the course of the year, from the first assessment to the last assessment. And did they meet their growth target, or did they meet their stretch growth target? And so we send it out at the end of the year when we have something that's comparative for folks. But if at any time you as a parent want to know, how did my child do on that fall iReady assessment, you can reach out to your building principal and they can get that for you it's easy peasy to send you a PDF of that report for the fall assessment. We just don't send it out until the end of the year because we don't want to inundate people with report after report.
Thank you, Murray. I know Katie has a question and then we may need to wrap, but Murray is available after.
I'm just curious if there's like a metric that can be used or like a test that can be used to compare this district's scores to like the relative scores of another state, because I know there's different tests that we use, and if we don't receive the district like NAEP score, how would we ever know, considering Maine is testing, like our test scores for like the whole state aren't very good, and while we compare really well to those scores, if Maine is still doing so poorly compared to other states, how would we know if we're on par with other states if we never get that data back with like the NAEP score? Is there a way to, is there?
So this is like the impossible question, right? Because each state has its own assessment tool for measuring accountability. And so then that's why they're using the NAEP, because at least that's given nationally, right? So students all around the country are taking that same assessment. Because if you were to look at the state assessments, the Maine assessment looks very different from the Massachusetts, from the Nevada, you name the state, it's very different across all settings, so they're not comparative.
And this is the through year? That's what this would be for Maine? Okay.
Yeah, and the Maine science assessment. For most states do assess in science, but there are some states that assess social studies too, and Maine doesn't. So it's comparing apples and oranges, and yeah, we don't have a unified national approach to that. So I don't know that you're ever going to get what you're asking for with that.
Thank you anyways.
And I so appreciate your time this evening, and thanks for sharing this out with board members. And again, we might invite you back. Oh, that's a great picture.
Murray
Don't apologize.
She likes to visit a lot.
Yeah,
so she'll enjoy coming back.
Yeah, so don't hesitate once we get this to feel like we can't ask questions, because we can. So thank you.
Feel free, any of you are welcome to call me. I'd be happy to spend time with you talking about more to answer your questions.
Great.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. So the next item for action is to move to an executive session. So we don't typically do this in the middle of the meeting. It just ended up that's what we had to do for timing tonight. We estimate it'll probably be about 20 minutes. So we are going to, I'm going to ask for a motion in a minute, and then we'll leave this room and then come back. So apologies, it just happened that we needed to put it in the middle of tonight's agenda. Can I have a motion to enter executive session to discuss negotiations between the MSAD 51 school secretaries, educational technicians, and library technicians, and the MSAD 51 Board of Directors pursuant of state statute MRSA 4056D?
So moved.
Thank you, Kim. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Tim. All right. All in favor of going into executive session? Great. It's unanimous. And again, we'll try to get through it in 20 minutes. We are moving to our next item for action, which is a motion to approve policy KJA, booster organization as presented. Can I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Jesse, as I choke on the can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Megan. Great. So Jesse, do you want to present this?
Yeah, so this is our booster organizations policy. So this is a policy that we don't have, but has been written and is the policy that has sort of been being used anyways. So it's a practice already, and so we're now making that practice an actual policy, and it sort of just dictates how booster organizations interact with the district, some reporting that we ask of them, some policies and protocols, and some restrictions around funds. And again, they've been using this in practice, but it's never been an official policy, so we're trying to make it official.
I do have a question, and I apologize that it did not occur to me 4 weeks ago or whatever it was when we did our first read. Is there anything that Title IX related so that a booster for a girls' team needs to have the same resources as a booster for a boys' team? Something along those lines.
That's a great question. I'll defer to Jeff.
Are you talking, Kim, about the booster organization itself? Or do you mean the program?
So let's say, is there a booster club for boys soccer and a booster club for girls soccer?
So in theory, there can be boosters for both. You don't have to have a booster that's just boys and girls for a program. You can have a booster for the boys program and a booster for the girls program.
So
those are independent.
So if there was concern that there is, this is an example, this is not happening, and I'm just picking soccer because it's the first one on my mind. But let's say there's a soccer boosters club and there's concern that it is not equitable between the boys soccer team and the girls soccer teams. Would that be something that would be handled internally within the soccer program, or would that be something that this policy would end up needing to address?
I think because you have a policy, we would certainly have to look at that if there is a concern raised. But there's nothing that says a booster organization has to be equitable. Booster organizations have to be equitable amongst themselves. So they can raise money, they can fundraise, as they wish, because they're independent organizations.
Mm-hmm.
So all this policy is doing is just recognizing that there are booster organizations and there's some consistent practices that have to occur amongst those booster organizations, but it doesn't mean that they have to be equitable in the amount of money they're raising or supporting a program or anything like that.
Okay.
Yeah, there is language in here, Kim, though. So, to district policies and protocols, it does say that the superintendent needs to be informed of significant expenditures outside of the normal budget to ensure equity among all programs in accordance with all applicable laws, et cetera, et cetera. So there is some language in there that's like, the booster program, if they're going to spend $1 million, like buying whatever, right? Like, they would need to let Jeff know, and Jeff would be like, well, that's going to create a problem for us. Right.
Significant
So,
expense.
And I was going to give this update later on because we had our athletic advisory meeting, but one of the things that did come up during that conversation was creating some alignment between across teams. And one example that was given, which I thought was a good one, was like size of banners, that there should only be one size of banners and all sports use the same size. So it's not like the boys team or the girls team has a giant banner and the other team has a smaller banner, that there was going to be some more guidance and alignment. So things like that didn't happen. But yeah, some boosters do work to raise different amounts of money. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think the other thing to add to that is that there are certain programs that obviously the budget supports certain aspects, but historically there are programs that want to spend money on other things beyond the things that the budget normally pays for. And so those booster organizations will raise money additionally because they like those expenses. and want to continue doing that for the student athletes in that program. So I think that's it. But if it's a significant disparity, that would be a totally different, we're talking about a totally different thing.
Okay.
And that is in this language.
Can I ask another sort of based on, Kim, what you're saying? What if two boosters share the cost of something? Like the volleyball boosters and the basketball boosters raise money to get a new scoreboard, but it doesn't get put up until after volleyball, but in time for basketball. Like, is there any way to sort of oversee equity if boosters share costs of things or share responsibility for things?
So if it's just season to season and they've gone in and they want, two programs want to pay for a scoreboard, obviously in the next season that team will be using the scoreboard as well. So to me, that's not an equitable or an equity issue. I'm not sure if that's what you're asking.
Also requires board approval. So any plan or project that may require construction, conversion, expansion, or renovation of school facilities that may increase maintenance costs requires board approval and becomes property of MSAD 51. So if that came up, they wanted to we would get to ask that question to them, about the timing of when to put it up, right? So, which I think is part of the reason of this policy is to, they've been using a version of this in practice, but to make an official policy, there's now something, and then as a problem comes up, we can edit this policy. But there is this sort of vague language in there that's like, big things, the board should approve them, and so.
Thank you.
And I think there's
a nod to
Yeah.
a potential for that concern. I don't think it's come up, though.
Yeah, and I think there's some interpretation that we'll probably have to work through with this policy around what is a big thing that should come to the board. So there's interpretation.
Right.
For example, there is a new scoreboard in the high school gym, for example. Didn't come to the board, obviously didn't have this policy, but I wouldn't see that item coming to the board. That's not a big enough item in my mind, or would fall into this policy.
There was one put on the turf.
But one on the turf field, which that is huge, that is a very different kind of scoreboard that was put out there, and obviously was part of the project anyway that was approved by voters, even though it was raised separately. You know what I mean? So there's going to be some things that just have to be, we'll have to work out through this policy, what exactly is. I don't see the scoreboard in the high school gym, I'm just saying out loud. That would not be an item that I would bring to the board.
Or like the swim team wants a new pool and is going to raise money for it.
Quite different.
We'd have to be like,
Quite different. That's a facility.
Yeah, or you want to build a weight room, or somebody's going to fund a weight room and construction in a building. That would be something I would think would come forward.
That may or may not need to come to the board depending on the parameters of that, yeah.
And can you remind me just on the process, was this policy shared with the booster organizations as part of the review process?
Yeah, I mean, so the athletic director has shared a version of this policy and used it with the boosters already over the last, so this has been a practice document that they have been using, and to be honest, they thought it was already a policy. So yeah, this has been the functional policy for a little while, and it has been shared with boosters, and the athletic director has used it. But it's not an official board policy, and it should be, so that we can hold them to it.
Yeah, and that's because the initial version of this policy, which we haven't had one until now, or if you vote for it tonight, was brought about 5 years ago to the policy committee. It was sent back and forth between the policy committee and the athletic department and the boosters, and then never got landed.
Yeah.
During that period of time. So that's why.
Yeah, my recommendation is we land it, and then if we don't like anything in it, we can then update it. But we should have the policy on the books to begin with.
And just to say out loud, it was also shared with music and drama boosters as well. So it's not just athletics.
Thank you. I'll just note, I think a couple of the links on the bottom might need to be corrected. I was curious about the philosophy of athletics, and it took me to concussions.
Okay, well. Yes, thank you.
Any other questions?
Not that that's not important, but not the right link.
No, yeah, just the links need to be updated. Great. All in favor? Great. It's unanimous. Thank you. Now, can I have a motion to approve policy DJ, bidding purchasing requirements as presented?
So moved.
Thank you, Annika. Can I have a second?
Second.
I'll give Kim that one. Heard her first. All right, back to you, Jesse.
So this is a brand new policy from MSMA. So our policy was adopted in 2013 and was fairly out of date. So rather than tweak our old policy, we started fresh with the new sample policy. And the key thing here is the threshold, I think. So 3A, the threshold over which we want things to be competitively bid or RFP'd. And previously that amount was $35,000, and we updated that with inflation to be $50,000, which is about the same amount from 2013, to be honest. So amounts above that, things should be competitively bid or RFP'd, or gone through a co-op in this new policy. And if the superintendent does not put things out, or his designee does not put things out to be bid or RFP'd, he needs to let the entire board know before that contract or whatever is executed. So, yeah, I mean, that's the long and short of it, is that large purchases, we should get the best price. And if for some reason we're not competitively bidding things, the board should have a heads up so we can ask why. And $50,000, that seemed like a low enough number that we have eyes on most major purchases. Different districts have a different number. 250,000 is the number that the state gives, that things have to be competitively bid. So we actually came in sort of on the lower end. Some districts go up to like 100,000. They don't want to know, but.
So the narrative and the viewpoint of what happened with last summer and the summer work bothered me. And I didn't like that it was perceived that Jeff did things without the board's knowledge. So I kind of have a tweak. And it would be in the sole source procurement paragraph. And so currently, we all have what it currently states. So what I would propose would be the superintendent may request approval from the school board to forego the competitive bidding or RFP process when the superintendent determines that quality, expertise, time factors, or other important considerations outweigh the possible benefits of bidding or requesting proposal. School board approval is required in advance of entering the contract. I think it's primarily the same language, but it says it a little bit clearer.
I think it's different, though. I think that goes back to the previous policy we had, where we had the finance committee having to sign off on everything. So from my perspective, yeah, I don't think I would recommend we have that language, because then if we need to sign off on everything and something needs to get done and it costs $60,000 rather than doing like mold remediation or whatever during the summer, right? Like Jeff's going to go out of his way to like tell us about everything up, ahead of time. And we could sign off on things now, but in the moment, if something needs to get done, we either trust the superintendent to use his judgment or we don't. And if we don't trust him to use his judgment, I think we have a problem with our superintendent. And so from my perspective, I don't think all of those decisions should come to us. I think we either need to trust our superintendent to make those decisions or not.
So we did talk about that, and I shared the concerns. I don't love the summer narrative either. Like, we're around, you can email us. And the counter to it was, if it needs board approval, we would have to vote on it. It's not like an email and we're all like, okay, yeah, that's cool, you can do it. And so there might be a timing situation where like we don't meet for a couple of weeks, and some of these things might have to go faster in that scenario. So then I was like, well, can we do it so that like it's 24 hours or 48 hours at least notice? And that got to a point where it got a little bit like notice for us to be able to like ask questions or push back or something. And And that got to a point where it might be weird because you're pushing over email and we're not really supposed to do that. And also, I think it's, again, the level of, I think Jeff or the superintendent should give us some time to consider it. But if he continues or if the superintendent does not, then it's our responsibility to be like, you're not meeting reasonable expectations on this. And so, like, he works for us. We could talk, like, this is a problem for our superintendent, and if that continues to be a continued pattern, we have different means with, like, dealing with that. So I felt okay with it, but I agree with the sentiment of, like, giving us advance warning, making sure that if something like that occurs, that there's just not a lot of, like, arbitrary decisions happening, or without, like, include us. We want it to check and pass by us. And I think Jeff this summer did a pretty decent job with, like, letting us know something was happening. And so we were just asking for more of that. But we did talk about that at a policy at length.
Yeah, I mean, for the summer projects, before summer happened, we were kind of given the list of everything that was going to be worked on the summer. I feel like two things are getting conflated, like who did the work versus if we knew about it. And I think those two things are getting a little conflated.
This summer we didn't have as much as we have in previous summers, honestly. Like, we didn't do as many tours behind, or we focused so much on the new build and the one campus that we didn't really talk about a lot of the internal, like the keeping things up kind of things. It wasn't as much as we've had previous years. I'll just say that, like, objectively.
So going back to the policy, the last sentence in the paragraph that's being discussed, the sole source procurement, it says, in such cases, the school board shall be informed of the superintendent's decision and the reasons for it in advance of entering into a contract. So I feel like we're already saying that we're getting notified before a contract is entered.
Right. So I think that Sarah's point was maybe that the board would have to sign off on it.
Okay. Thanks for making
Right.
that clarification.
Yeah. So that we would have to affirmatively say that it's okay.
And then we had talked about what does advanced mean, like how long
Right,
in
before
advance.
before
right?
it happens.
Yeah.
I think it's a really good point. I think that point has to be tied with a dollar amount that's makes sense. Because I think there's projects this summer that were at the $72,000 range, right? So that
Or
number
more.
or more. I'm just saying that if you're going to have a policy like that, you have to up that 50 to 75, 85, 90, whatever it is. So
State statutes 250.
correct. Absolutely. I just think if you were going to go that route, you'd have to tie a number to it that made sense to be effective during the summer. I think it's an okay idea. I just think that number needs to go higher. The other thing I wanted to bring up is we always like to future-proof these policies. There's no inflation tied to that $50,000 mark, right? So we were at 10, and there was nothing tied to it, so it never got updated. So does this number just auto-update every year by 2 or whatever inflation is that year? So that we don't have to...
Policy committee takes it up again.
Right, and that takes time, effort, and energy versus just having a number that will say for the next 5 years it increases by this much, or is that even...
I mean, we could put over $50,000 in 2025 inflation-adjusted dollars. Or we can make that number higher. I mean, some school districts have that number all the way up to $100,000. State says $250,000. So the question is, how many emails do you want to get from Jeff about things where they went to a sole source, right? Because if you bid it out, then you don't need to tell us. If you RFP it, you don't need to tell us. If you go through a co-op, you don't need to tell us. It's just when we go with Story Brothers to do excavating and it costs $60,000, right? Jeff's going to have to be like, we are going with Story Brothers because they are a known vendor, or Scott may send that email. So, I mean, if you want to make the argument that that number should be higher, like,
I think I would just rather see it as $20-25. So and when I'm saying 2025 the year, just because it ties it to an inflationary amount. We're not readdressing the policy because yes, there's a lot of things that changed, but I think that is one of the key reasons why it did get changed.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can add that in 2025. I mean, then it would just go up, keep going up.
Yeah, because there was also the question about the reference for main law. Instead of putting the dollar amount, reference the law. So if the law changes, we didn't need to change the policy. But I don't
Yeah,
know.
that number hasn't changed for like several decades, I think.
Yeah, so if that's been 250 for that long, but what we have right now is as presented, and so unless there is a motion to change something in this or other questions.
Can I ask a very minor question about why why D at the very bottom is highlighted? Maybe just a formatting thing that would come off if we
I was
approve it.
wondering that too.
Back of the old seat.
So I think we do have a separate federal manual, and I think there was a longer section I think we could have put in here if we didn't have the manual, and so I think we had just highlighted this because it was something we needed to double check. It's like if we didn't have that manual, we would have had to add more language, but instead we're just referring to the federal procurement manual. Is that right, Jeff?
Yes, that's correct, and it's cross-referenced for you at the bottom of the policy.
Yeah.
We had to do that with a lot of the federal funds that we received during, well, COVID was one, and there were certain federal procurement processes we needed to follow for that.
It won't be highlighted in the final, though. We'll unhighlight it.
Question?
I think Scott has a question.
No.
I have one. It's under D, and it's B number 2, accepting bids through an email. That's really unusual to accept bids through email. We normally take bids in sealed envelopes, and usually the bidders are on site when you open the bids. So I just didn't know about that one. It seems to me that anybody could click on an email and open the thing.
Yeah, I know you're thinking about these construction bids. I'm thinking about the type of bidding that I do, that there's other types of bids that I would not expect somebody to be there in person with an envelope.
We do school buses, things like that.
Yeah, like if you were hiring, what I'm thinking of, for example, if we're trying to do this, if we're going to RFP out the joint production report, that could be an emailed bid,
An
right?
RFP would be different, though. I mean, a bid's different from an RFP. So competitive bidding, it says right there, written bids, right? I mean, that's not an RFP. An RFP, I could understand that. With a bid, it seems awkward that you're trying to keep the confidentiality of the bid, but yet you send it in an email that could easily be clicked open.
Well, take it up with MSMA because this is
their
we
sample
used their
policy,
exact sample policy.
It was just
except for that dollar figure.
Just a peace of mind that I had there, just wondering. So,
but I
And
don't think
it's
it hurts to have
as
it in there.
specified in the invitation to bid.
Yep.
So we could always specify.
Yeah, however, I mean, it just.
Right.
Yeah, it gives you the option. You don't have to use it.
Okay.
Questions? Sean, did you want to make a motion or?
I didn't know if well.
How you feeling? To change it, we need a motion. Or
I think it's an important thing, so yes, I would like to make a motion to tie that to say. I think Jesse just said it much more eloquently than I did.
Yeah.
But
to tie the dollar amount to
FY25. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you need to pick an inflation index specifically?
Right,
What would
yeah.
you like to? Do you have one that you'd
CPI?
like to suggest?
CPI, yeah.
CPI, yeah.
So I'll second it just so that we can have a discussion.
Okay, yeah.
And now we can,
Okay.
move towards that.
Sorry, procedurally. I was out of line.
Okay, so we have, isn't it like an amendment on the table or to tie the dollar amount to inflation index? Which one? CPI? Yeah.
CPI.
Yeah.
I think it's important because I think it avoids addressing the bill on a regular basis. I thought it was too low to start with. I think we got in trouble because it was too low for the time that we're in. We had a lot of inflation post-COVID or during COVID. You're talking about a 21% increase over 4 years. So it's significant.
But you want to keep the 50.
I'm not saying anything about that right at the moment, just that it tie it to.
Okay. So then do we need to vote on the, okay, vote on the amendment. Any other questions or discussions about the amendment?
So this was one that I feel like the first one that we were updating, I felt like was proper for the time or response to the time. And so when we looked at this and reviewed it, it was like, oh wait, we did this in the context of, what was it? Was it COVID or it was before COVID?
It was before.
It
It
was
was
before
before.
COVID.
It was
Something else was going
before.
on.
It was another superintendent.
Okay. So in that context, and so we're looking at it in today's context, which I think was really important for us to just like understand where our community was with budgets and all that. And so I feel like if we are going to make another change, I would rather us review it again in policy and just say like, are we going to move forward or not? And what's the proper dollar amount, rather than have something that's kind of scalable and you lose control or oversight with. I think that's where I'm at. But I could be convinced otherwise.
So there's a motion on the table to tie it to inflation. Discussion, yeah.
When we were looking at similar policies from other schools, there were no other inflationary adjusted numbers.
No.
For what it's worth.
I'm fine with adding, corresponding to 2025 dollar amounts and inflation. I also think, just kind of to your point, Tim, with regards to what Sarah had suggested, I feel like if the board is going, wow, over the last 2 years, we've gotten even more, exponentially more emails because things are costing more. I feel like that would be a thing that the board could say to the policy committee, maybe it's time to revisit, or Scott, our superintendent, would say, I'm definitely noticing like things that I didn't used to have to send the email out about. I definitely am, because of cost, and then the superintendent could mention it. But like you, Tim, I don't have a preference either way. I am fine with the inflationary language.
Do we want to vote on the inflation language? Okay. All in favor?
4. Can you, I'm sorry, 4. Okay. So 4 and 2.
So what does that mean?
Fails.
It failed.
We've never done that.
Okay. Any other discussion or other motions on the policy? Okay, all in favor of adopting as is? Okay. So,
Did the students vote on that?
did you vote?
I didn't see your hand. You can vote on it.
Yes. Okay. All right. So it passed as is.
It did, 5 to 4, if
Okay.
I counted correctly.
Okay. Great. Whew. Jesse, you're going to be back up soon. All right. But we're going to intermix it with the superintendent's report.
All right, superintendent's report tonight. Celebration of Learning at MIW. Val Dominski's class held a celebration of learning, and some future Rangers were in attendance. I don't know if any, oops, sorry. I don't know if there's any future Rangers on that are connected to people here. Probably are. Alice in Wonderland, MIW third graders read the Alice in Wonderland and then got to meet actual stars from the high school in the theater department, or theater classes came down, and that was a great event. I was able to watch that.
I know the egg.
Halloween Parade, this is another great event, well attended by many, many parents and grandparents as well. MIW kindergartners showed off their festive spirit along with their teachers as well on the track on Halloween, or the day before Halloween, I think. Ancient Greek Civilization is a culminating project for the second grade unit on ancient Greek civilization. Lauren Entwistle's class invited Randy Helm to come in and be a visiting expert. Randy is a former Colby College professor, and passionate ancient Greece enthusiast, and brought a fascinating collection that included replicas of hoplite armor and helmets. So very interesting study of ancient Greece. Veterans Day Assembly, MIW, also held their 4th annual Veterans Day Assembly. This was a great assembly, had half the school at each of the assemblies. 25 veterans is the most they've ever had from the community, showed up to be recognized, and most or not all of them were connected to students in the district of some kind. Tallest tower. 4th graders were tasked with building the tallest freestanding tower with 198 kiva planks. And this particular tower is 72 inches tall and is tied with another classroom for the tallest tower. This is part of the STEM, one of their STEM units at 4-5. Wall of Heroes. 4th graders created a Wall of Heroes to recognize, actually I didn't, when I took this picture, there's another wall behind it that I did not capture, I should have. But so there's really 2 walls of heroes, and this was just 4th graders who were able to write down the name of a family member or friend of their family who has either who's been in the armed forces, as a veteran of the armed forces, or is currently serving in the armed forces. So well represented, and this was again just 4th grade. Very big thanks, 6-8 GMS 6-8, to Bill Memkos, who's a guest speaker teaching 6th grade students about oceanography and ocean map skills. Team Osprey at the Ecology School, so 7th grade this year transitioned over to the Ecology School. They had been at a different place last year, and so this was year 1 for the Ecology School, and all the reports that I've gotten, for the most part, have been very positive. Also transitioned back to a 2-night overnight stay at the Ecology School, as opposed to the 1 night that the 7th graders had been participating in last year. Also at 6-8, Casco Bay 6th grade science welcomed Dr. Jason Wise, an anesthesiologist, to share insights into how he applies math and science in the medical practice. He demonstrated using math and fractions and in terms of looking at medical dosage requirements on a daily basis. Also at 6-8, Learning on the Move, dance that teaches math students how to divide fractions, while students in French recreated their famous art after reading about Monet's life and artistic style. 6-8, Dry Ice Spooktacular. And actually Doug Maker was a staff member at Greeley Middle School for a couple of years. He came back, and he's done this many times as a guest speaker. He also was a teacher for a long, long time at another middle school, leading 6th grade students through a dry ice experiment demo. At the high school, Letters from the Past. So this is an annual, this is very, always fun for the seniors. They open up letters that they had written to themselves when they were in the 5th grade. So the class of 2026 wrote letters to themselves, and they opened it recently, this is them displaying their 5th grade letters, some of them. Also at the high school, this is another annual senior activity, is pumpkin carving. Always fun. Day of Welcome. Actually been Day of Welcome at middle school and high school. Here's the one at the high school, and it was nice to see the faculties, which is a staff group, playing and singing for the students as they came to school recently. Minding Your Mind mental health presentation, a college student. This is part of the Minding Your Mind series that they do nationally, and this was a college student who attends college in New York City, came and spoke with all the high school students actually at the high school. The freshmen were remote because they couldn't fit into the GCA, but it was a presentation that was offered to all the students. Really good presentation. I showed up for that one. Boston Museum of Fine Art, Mr. Curry's class went and learned about art on the spot. Instead of just in a book, they also went to a museum and learned a lot more about it. And tonight, I like to do this every once in a while, just to keep you on your toes. So, the baseball team was recognized. Thank you, Mr. Francis, for sending me the picture. 2025 Best Buddies Champion of the Year, Grace Till. Grace raised a record-breaking $88,000 for Best Buddies. During the Best Buddies Gala, she celebrated this incredibly important achievement alongside her family, Greeley students, and Greeley advisors Heather Williams and Shabang Bogle. Best Buddies is the world's largest nonprofit organization dedicated to promoting inclusion for more than 200 million people who have intellectual and developmental disabilities. Grace is pictured in the front with the bouquet. Thank you, Grace. One Campus. The One Campus has been really active over the last 2 weeks. SLAB is at the MIW, and now we have Steel has formed the addition to MIW, and there'll be welding continuing for the next week, and then that will be done. They'll be starting to close in the addition at MIW over the next 2 or 3 weeks, and then after that, the interior will start to begin. So that's very exciting. It's moving along. At the Pre-K 1 school, foundation continues, and actually they just rounded the corner for the very last part of the foundation. The footings are starting to be put in for the very last section, which means that they're starting to get to the end of the foundation. Now it's still at least a month and a half away, but it takes, now we're starting the footings, and then the walls go up, and then you'll start seeing steel probably in January at the Pre-K 1 school. So everything's coming along. We are still at about December 12 or 13 for the end of the maintenance building. And in the Press Herald today, I wasn't surprised when I saw this, honestly, but recent graduate Christopher Gilbert discovered a major discovery in quantum computing, which I do not know much about it, but if actually Christopher...
Explain it to us.
Yes. Yeah. Christopher was actually at a board meeting. I don't know if some of you remember, but he was at a board meeting maybe 2 or 3 years ago, and he had written a book about quantum physics.
For kids, right?
Yeah, for kids.
Yeah.
And so here he is. He has discovered the smallest known set of quantum gates. Don't ask me to answer that one, but you can read about it in the Press Herald.
It's a great article. Nice interview with him, too. Yeah.
Very nice. And just a reminder that we have, this is actually, we've put this on our website now so that you don't have to search for it at all. If you want to, please fill out the pre-K survey, and please fill out the strategic plan survey. They are on our website. There are banners at the top of our website now, and they have been put as far and wide as we possibly can. We had our responses for both surveys actually doubled this week. So thank you to people who are,
last I checked.
or maybe triple. It might be tripled now. When I checked 2 days ago, it doubled. So those responses are coming right in. Thank you so much for everybody who's participating in those. And we have AEDs all over the district in certain areas. One area that we did not have one was at the field house. So this week, we now have one at the field house. And I'm putting this up here so people know where it is in the event that you ever need to locate it quickly for an athletic event. It's right there on the wall of the field house outside of the current weight room. And finally, introducing the top 4 names for the Pre-K 1 school. And I'm going to ask Megan Lichter if she would like to say them out loud. I'll put them up here, but she can say them.
The Broadmoor School. The Carolyn F. Small School, which would be cutely shortened to the small school for our smallest learners. Cornerstone Elementary.
That came from a student, right?
That came from a Mabel I. Wilson student.
Mabel I. Wilson student.
That came from one
I think
of the
there's a
kids
long
that
story behind that.
This school, yeah, there's a sweet story behind it, yeah. And Greeley Primary School. Wow.
So, Megan, do you want to talk about quickly the brief process?
Sure.
Just so everyone knows.
Sure. We had 18 different submissions that the Communications Committee went through, and they were really
some of them were really just amazing because when the submissions were turned in, many of them were turned in with multiple pages of sort of testimony from people, especially the submissions that were named after people, and just the time and effort that people put into explaining why they wanted to nominate this person, what they had done, who it had impacted. So it was pretty extraordinary to read through some of these submissions, and we're still sort of trying to work out how we can share that with the community at large once the actual name is chosen. But there were some really great stories that were shared with us. Same thing about some of the place submissions, sort of the historical place submissions. I think most people here remember when we first learned about the Broadmoor farm with the Jersey, or the belted cows. So when we got the submissions, the committee sat down and went through all of these sort of reams of suggestions. And we had a great discussion about sort of how to kind of narrow it down. And we thought it was really important to get one choice from sort of 4 general categories. So there's a place, a historic place, a person, a student submission, and then a kind of more district inline choice. And all of these had a lot of support in the discussion. We didn't really intentionally want to have 2 people sort of in the final stage, because that's difficult. Plus, we had these excellent other choices. So our next step with the Communications Committee is to get public feedback. So there will be a poll that goes out via email and a QR code. So the public at large, anybody who sort of gets the superintendent's reports or emails associated with the school, can vote. We'll do our best to publicize. Not always easy to do, via QR code so that other people can vote. And then at Mabel I. Wilson, students will actually go to voting booths in the library, vote, and get little stickers that say I voted.
Oh,
So we'll get a lot of public input, and then the decision will come back to first policy and then the board.
Yeah.
I want to vote.
And Megan, when you share out, or when you do some of this voting, are you going to share also some of the stories from the names that are being brought forward? Just a little background.
Yeah. Why these names?
Yeah.
Absolutely. We'll do sort of a little, here's why. Yeah.
That's awesome. I can't
Yeah,
imagine how
'cause
hard it was to narrow
stories.
it down.
It was difficult. It really was difficult. There's some really amazing people in our town, and there's a lot of history that was sort of revealed through some of these submissions. It's very cool. Yeah, so we'll sort of do a highlight behind each of these choices and why they made the final 4, as it were.
And then my understanding, well, not my understanding, from policy, it will go to policy, the policy committee. And then the policy committee makes a recommendation to the full board, and then the full board votes on the recommendation or recommendations coming from policy. So whatever that will be, as determined by the policy committee.
All right, moving to committee reports.
Hey, Leanne, I just wanted to make a comment about Jeff's report. And I just, as a veteran, I really appreciate everything the district does for Veterans Day and Memorial Day. And it means a lot. And not a lot of schools that I know of do as much as we do. And I appreciate you as the leader of the district doing that, and everybody that helps make that happen. So thank you.
Well, thank you for your service. I did not actually realize you had been in the armed forces. Yeah. You actually should you should come to Mabel Wilson sometime. That's, that assembly is great, if you're able to do it sometime.
And I was wondering whether we did any of the same where the veterans came in to the other schools.
I think the other schools,
The GMS and the high school. I think it could have a whole different meaning.
yeah, you mean actually come into the other schools and do this similar
Having
kind of thing.
the students, veteran parents relations come in and have a similar assembly as you did at MIW.
Yeah, I mean, that's up to each school to decide. They do different things. So like at the 4 or 5, they did the Wall of Heroes and they learned about Veterans Day. I know at the GMS library, they read, in the library classes, they read a book, and I forgot what the book was this year. Last year I went to those and I wasn't able to get to them this year. But they learn about Veterans Day. So there's different activities in each school where they're learning about it. But it's different. At MIW, it just makes sense to do the assembly, and that's something that Corey's wanted to do, and he's been doing it for years. Yeah.
Thank you. All right, student reports.
Wait to start, and then I'll hand it over to Caitlin. Just stay tuned, you guys, because student government, you brought up the AED, and student government has been talking about bringing an AED to the upstairs of the high school, because there isn't one there, and people have been talking about it a little bit. So I think they're gonna come visit us soon. So just a little reminder. But here's Caitlin.
Okay, I'm gonna start this off. I know Jeff mentioned this quickly, but we did have a guest speaker come in. So this guest speaker went to First the Parents last Wednesday evening. If you had the opportunity to go to that, it was really cool. So Active Minds Kyle Cares brought Colin to our school. The opportunity to have him here was really huge. His story was super inspiring. So he went to the parents and then 8th graders and then the high school. I thought it was really great that kind of everyone was able to get the opportunity to listen to him. And even if your kids were in like younger grades, you could have like came to the parent night. Maybe parents heard it from their kids. It was a really cool event. So Colin is from Minding Your Minds. We've collaborated with them a little bit, but this was one of our first official guest speakers from Minding Your Minds. So he is currently a senior at NYU, I believe. He's studying psychology, and he came in to tell everyone his story and his journey through mental health in high school, which I thought was really inspiring. And he said he came in with the goal to help students gain the courage to reach out for help. And his parent presentation was really like explaining to caregivers tools that they can use to like open up conversations with their children and with like friends and other parents about these conversations. So I thought that was really inspiring, and I heard a lot of positive feedback from my peers about like how they thought that went, and just like hearing that raw story I think was really inspiring. For students, I think it's sometimes hard to understand things when you're not given that like raw perspective, and so for him to come and do that, I think it touched a lot of people personally. Definitely touched me very personally. Listening to it 3 times, and I cried every time. So that was that. That was really cool. And then I also had the opportunity about 2 weeks ago now to attend a Boys to Men student leadership program. So Boys to Men Maine, I don't know if you guys have heard about it, but it's a Maine organization, and they came, it was a Thursday and Friday training workshop. So it was me and about 30 other Greeley High School Greeley High School students. And then I'm just going to read like a little blurb about it because I don't want to butcher it. So it was about building safer and stronger communities together, student leadership workshop. So it says, our goal is to provide an annual training and powerful experimental workshop experience for 30 to 40 GHS students. Our hope with this annual training is that there will be a groundwater effect that will enhance positive culture of our school through learning and thoughtful collaboration. The program focuses on supporting students in developing healthy relationships, inviting them to connect with one another on a deeper level. Participants will learn about and discuss gender stereotypes, empathy, interpersonal biases, consent, understander intervention, and more. Upstander intervention, and more. So this was a really cool opportunity. It was really cool to be picked for this. And it was just a very like eye-opening experience, and I think that my peers could say a lot to that as well. And then I also wanted to thank the staff that took 2 days out of their classrooms to come and also learn with us, because I think I've like mentioned this before, but like having our teachers be on the same page as us when we talk about these conversations and like bringing these into our school, it's so important to both have like our students and our teachers like working together on the same mission. So I think that having the staff was really, really important, and they had some like just great perspectives, and they were so engaged, and the students were also so engaged, which was just like great to see that people were wanting to have these conversations, open to having these conversations, and also wanting to do more. We talked about like maybe even making a club or having like a sort of like advisory thing where we went and talked to other students who weren't included in the workshop, but we thought that the work we did in the workshop was important enough for the whole school to get it. So it was really cool. And I definitely think that, yeah, it should be brought into our school more. So that was really cool for me. Yeah.
Was that just juniors?
No, it was a mix of sophomores, juniors, and seniors. Oh, okay. I don't know why freshmen weren't included. I think it would have been cool, but it was a super cool experience. Yeah.
It's so great to have like the student perspective on what it's like to bring those programs in.
It was super cool. It was an insane experience. Yeah.
Thank you. Katie, I hope you're going to tell us about the letter that you wrote to yourself.
My letter, I left myself $5 expecting it would be worth more. Like what? It was
Deflation.
Yeah, right, deflation. I'm like, I'm going to manifest that all of this is going to come back for me now. But anyways, everyone's letters were so sweet. I read a bunch of my friends' letters, and I remember at one point it was like, we're all listing our friends in our letters, and I'm like reading them with the same people. I'm like, wait a minute. And it was really good to like bring back those memories. It was really sweet. More on the topic of senior stuff. The pumpkin carving was awesome. It was just a big like collaborative moment for a bunch of parents too, which was super cool to see like my parents interacting with my friends' parents who might not have met before. And so that was fun too, to see them all come together for us. And then applications are in full swing. I don't know if you guys follow Greeley Guidance on Instagram, but you'll be seeing post. Everyone's getting their applications in, and when you do, you get your photo taken with your screen if you would like, and it says, it's like the Common App submission, and it's green and massive, and it says, congratulations, you've submitted, and there's confetti, and then they post that, so it's just a little like moment to celebrate that step forward. And then football, State's on Saturday, undefeated. So, I mean, my hopes are high. So hopefully they'll come back soon and we can see them, and Christina will come back as well and they can get their own little speech. And the last thing I have is our Veterans Day activities, because I think it's easy to get lost in like the high school of it all and how we all have these things to do. But I think that one thing that the high school does do a really good job of is talking out and speaking out about Veterans Day and days like it. And we actually have a slideshow that I think we reuse every year, and it's just about the staff at the school and highlighting those who are veterans. And then after that, we can take that list, because I didn't even realize like one of my teachers was a veteran. And then we either we're really encouraged to email them, or we're encouraged to go and speak to them at school and just say like, thank you for your service. And they're always so appreciative of it. And it's really just rewarding to have those interactions. And I really appreciate that that's so highlighted at the school. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Great. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. Kim, finance.
First of all, I want to say that everyone should take lessons from this senior class on how to carve a pumpkin, because they had 20 minutes to scoop out the pumpkin, all the guts, and carve it and go set it out with the candle inside. And 20 minutes. It was amazing. So, yeah.
We got rolling.
And they were beautiful.
I got to start preparing.
Yeah,
practicing.
Get your template now.
Right now.
Yeah. For finance, we are having part 2 meeting tomorrow regarding the school financing plan, and looking at the next step in terms of our ban process and what the financing plan will look like over the 30 years in terms of interest payments and debt service. So we will have much more to update you on at our next meeting.
Great.
I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Kim. All right, Jesse.
You guys want to talk policy? So we've had some policy meetings. We have a bunch more policies. We had a meeting on Tuesday where we talked through 2 other policies, and we did not send them forward to first read. So you're welcome. We're going to talk about those some more before we send them your way, since we have so many on our plate. But yeah, we got a couple to get through to talk through. So we'll start with policy JL, school wellness. And so Carol MacArthur requested some changes here due to changes in free meals, and we had a robust discussion about student wellness. So you'll see the changes in here, obviously in blue. One of the big discussion points, and this I think spanned 2 different meetings because we had to work it in, was based on this policy, would you be allowed to have brownies at bake sales? Because the original way it was worded was basically like, no, you would not, because, you know. So we finagled the language so that, you know, there's some wiggle room in some of the language, you know, like if I believe it's if people bring food from outside, they're encouraged to include healthy options, but not required. So you can still have bake sales and there can still be brownies, but we will be following federal guidelines for food that is sold, et cetera, et cetera. So if anybody has specific questions, we can try and answer them based on our lengthy discussion. But that was the big sticking point was, can we have bake sales with goodies?
I have a couple questions about
Yes,
the
absolutely.
wording. So, first of all, the Wellness Committee is still continuing on, because I know we had the wellness plan that was presented, but we are continuing to keep a wellness committee.
So we have one, but it's on hold, it's on pause, because they actually completed all of the work in the
Right.
strategic plan, and they are waiting for the new strategic plan to see what work would be ahead.
Okay.
So they're actually not meeting this school year.
Okay, so this would start next. Anyway, that's what I was
And
curious about.
there's a
was
point
the
in here
rules.
about that, Kim, actually. So
Mhm.
under 1A3, so other school-based activities promote wellness. A, wellness activities per this policy follow the current board-approved district, school district plan. So there's no bullets there because, we sort of talked it through, like we didn't want to have anything there because all those things have been done. So there's sort of that's sort of a placeholder for, you know, whatever the strategic plan ends up being. So, because Carol talked about that, you know, we did great work with the wellness committee on the last one, and we sort of don't know what the new strategic plan will hold. So that's the placeholder in the current policy for, you know, the work that'll probably be done by the wellness committee based on the new strategic plan.
And so it would have a new responsibility or a new task. But okay. And then, this is definitely nutrition heavy, which I'm not in any way complaining about. But the word wellness, I don't know, it just feels like it's very, very food oriented. So I'm just curious what the discussions were around other aspects of wellness, and maybe it's what you just said about once the strategic plan is in place, would bullet points or would other tasks come under that? But it almost feels like this is a separate policy just on nutrition.
So there are physical and mental and social emotional aspects to it, but what I'm like, I think we actually tried to emphasize that. So what's an interesting test against what you're just saying, Kim, is like in our vacuum, we were like, oh yeah, we hit that. It was almost like a pat in the back, and now it's like, oh, maybe we didn't hit it enough. So I think it might be worthy of another chance just to see, to kind of take a look and see if we've hit enough balance or if it is too nutritionally based.
Yeah, Kim, there is a reason for that, and it's because we have the food service program. So we're required to have a policy that reflects that we have a food service program, and that's the impetus for having a school wellness policy. That's where it comes from.
Okay.
And then previously, because of the strategic plan and the emphasis on wellness, there was a lot more detail about other areas, but because we currently are waiting for the new strategic plan, you're not seeing those in here.
Okay. Thank you.
One of the
Quick question, because I know it is a big thing. There's been a lot of conversation on social media about chocolate milk
And ice cream and birthday cake bars and chocolate and sugary cereals and things like that, and how we can, that we're offering those things at school for kids that they would not get at home. And do we have any options? Not that I don't know.
I was going to ask a similar question, Sarah, because I do know this is one of the things that I've been asked over the years, is just around
sugar
having,
content and,
yeah,
and just foods.
Local food options.
Yeah,
like, yeah.
More farm to table. Yeah. And I know all of this is a pretty sticky subject, but if you ever want some entertainment, there's a pretty hysterical conversation on Facebook on the residents page about chocolate milk.
Yeah.
And it was very passionate.
So I feel very passionate about this, and I would love to see us be more like Japan and have the kids making organic food. But that comes at a cost, right? So I think this policy is basically like the bare minimum based on the federal funds and that we get to support our nutrition program, which is why the word federal standards is in here. And those standards allowed you to have chocolate milk because there's milk involved, and it allows you to have breakfast bars because there's an oat involved in it, right? So I agree that we could probably do better and probably should, and maybe that'll be part of the work of the wellness committee and the strategic plan to if this is the baseline, how can we do better? But I think for the policy, it's we have to have a floor, and that's this, right? We have to at least meet the federal standards, which allow for those sorts of things.
So I think it was maybe a year and a half ago or 2 years, might be 2 years ago, maybe it's longer, and now I can't remember. John Carlson and Molly Costable from the food service program and Carol MacArthur all gave, or it was really John and Molly, gave a presentation on why we serve what we do. And what standards are we meeting? And it was a great presentation. We did post it on our website for a while. I have to look to see if it's still there. But I think it might be on our wellness page. But it was an explanation kind of answering some of those, because there was a lot of activity and concerns at the time. I think it was 2 or 3 years ago now.
I think it
so
was.
we could ask them to come back at some point and update that for the board if you're interested.
And I think most of the conversation and the feedback that I'm getting is not so much kind of the entree that's provided. It's more of the other things, like the birthday cake bars and chocolate in everything, sort of. And obviously I don't specifically know because I'm not in the lunchrooms. But the ice cream, which I know the students think is the greatest thing in the world, right? But
True.
Modeling and life choices and things like that.
Yeah, they did address all those things in that presentation. It was pretty comprehensive. It might be worth asking them to come back and talk about all of those things again.
I would
So we
strongly
also just
advocate
had
for
a
that.
federal review.
Yeah.
It was an amazing presentation, and I think it was 2 years ago because it was at the end of my
I think
first
it'd be
year.
good to revisit.
It was a really helpful presentation because they laid out really clearly what they do within the parameters of what they have to do, and then with the money and food that they're given. But it was exceptionally helpful. I would be so happy to see them welcome back here.
We put that out in the newsletter. What we could do is actually just get the link, first of all, to that
Oh, yeah.
presentation and put it back out. I can certainly do that as a starting place.
Yeah. I just wanted to add, we also just had a federal review and a review from the state, and our review was glowing from the state. And they were amazed at the amount of what we offered in fruits and vegetables and different things. And if you ever go into Maple I. Wilson School specifically and you look at it, it just kind of pops of what the choices are in the lunch program and the food service program for students. So.
Is there any discussion about, thank you, sir. Was there any discussion about anything related to allergies or kids' wellness in that regard? And I just didn't know if anything that came up, just because we're talking about families and others who bring items for celebrations and gatherings, recurs security, nutritious foods and beverages nutritious foods and beverages could be very different for somebody that has many allergies.
Yeah.
So I just didn't know if anything was brought up at all.
We talked about the word healthy and how that is, I think, kind of a loaded word in the sense of like healthy is different for every individual. You don't know what they're kind of going through or their balance, and allergies came up in that sense of there are kids that have real food restrictions, there are kids that have real like food aversions. There's like even a lot of, I know a couple of friends in my kids' friends circles that have real like mental health issues around food. Like there's some real things like that. So we did talk about healthy, allowing enough flexibility where still a lot of those decisions can be made at home, and there was choices on the table for everyone in terms of like things to try and things for them to that they know that they're like, that there's like some kind of comfort like that. We did talk about how we had to be flexible enough to be able to offer something for everyone's different version of healthy. So I think, and that included some allergy talk, but not specifically like any types of allergies that we had to. Like we didn't talk about peanut allergies or anything.
I just know as a also friend group, like somebody that I know, like they're so allergic to milk that if we had an ice cream social, they couldn't be on the playground for the next week.
Yeah.
Like that's, some kids are at that level, so. Yeah, that's tough.
Fair.
We'll say that our nurses monitor that with our food service program. They do a very good job with that. Yep.
Monica?
Going back, I guess, to what Kim was talking about in terms of kind of this definition of wellness and addressing it in different ways, I do wonder if it is worth looking at the wellness goals under A and just seeing if we are covering everything that should be covered there. And I do appreciate that, oftentimes it is going to be connected with the strategic plan, and so how that is worded under 3, which I would say A should be a bullet instead of an A. But
You are. She misses us. I know it.
Always get those.
Sneak that in there, but no,
I think Melissa puts those in just to see.
Just to see if it. But I think that may be worth looking at. And on B, another very nitpicky thing, but I was originally reading B as all one sentence and trying to make sense of it, and then I realized that there should just be a space in between the title and the sentence that starts with school.
Oh.
Yep.
So I'm going to do 2 things. Just have a time check because it is a little past 9 o'clock. And also just to remind everyone, because as we're going through these, if we go back to them and have other questions, we can always reach out to policy because before it comes back to second read. But I also, none of these we don't have items for action right now, but do we want to have a motion to continue past 9? Per policy?
So moved. Sorry, Courtney.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Oh. Annika, was that you? Sure. All right. All in favor of continuing?
Kids are asleep.
All right. Thank you.
Already missed
and a non-nitpicky thing, but is so under D, implementation and oversight, and it's very spelled out here in terms of that we will have a wellness committee and who will serve on that committee, and do we have that for other similar policies? I was trying to think, equity policy doesn't read quite that way. We have separate policies that kind of guide committee formation.
So I think this is because it's a federal requirement, because we have a food service program. They do require you to have certain specific people on your wellness committee. It's a federal compliance issue.
That's
Jesse,
helpful.
would that be correct?
I believe that's correct.
Okay.
I was trying to look at the committee
Asking
list.
as a federal person.
But I actually, I can't get to it.
Can I ask if it would be worth waiting on this until we have our guidelines, and then the wellness committee comes up with a couple plans, because I feel like things that may make it onto this policy under 3 would be things like digital citizenship, bullying, other things that are not coming to mind right this minute. But it seems like this policy is likely to be added to in the future once the wellness committee meets and then comes up with their game plan based on the strategic goals. Yes.
So this was,
Priorities.
Carol brought this forward because it does say in your policy it has to be, and I believe this also is a federal compliance thing, has to be brought to the board for revision or updating every 3 years.
Oh,
So,
okay.
but
Okay.
again, we're in the 3rd year, or we're just outside that 3rd year.
Okay.
So that's why you're getting this right now. So she put it on a timeline. A lot of those areas obviously were part of the current strategic plan, which have been stricken through. And the wellness committee worked for about 5 or 6 years on all these areas.
Yeah.
Digital citizenship was an area, they had certain goals that they went through, and they met all of their goals. And that's why you're seeing that strikeout language, because we don't have a new strategic plan right now.
Yeah, can you just restate? I guess I was a little confused about the wellness committee, because I thought we did have, at least we had assigned board members to it for this year.
We do. We have a wellness
Okay.
committee, and
Okay.
the reason it's paused is because that committee literally has completed all of the work, all the goals that were in the strategic plan, and they're really the only thing. And they also monitor this policy, and that's it. And so their work right now is on pause until the strategic plan is fully formed. So that's why they're not active.
But legally, we have to have.
And we do legally have one. We have a committee, and so if we needed to convene that committee, it would be convened.
Okay.
And Carol is the chair of that committee. It's just that right now they're just not active. That's all. So we are following the policy with that respect.
I wonder if perhaps, and again, we don't have to get so much in the weeds, but maybe in that paragraph, it could specify that this is required by state law. You know, there's so many places in policy where we say as per law, as per state law, just to, kind of Annika's point about why that committee is in the policy itself.
The whole policy, we have the whole wellness policy because it is a federal compliance issue. And they do require you to have a committee and all that stuff. Yeah. And again, it's all connected to our nutrition program.
Yeah, I guess I would defer because, Carol brought these changes to us, and since she heads the wellness committee, I hear everyone's, that it seems like there's more things that should be in here, and she recognized that, but she's also like, we need to make these changes based on the federal, food stuff, which is why that's what's in here, because that's what we need to have in here. And what's lacking is all the things that the wellness committee is gonna do based on the next strategic plan. So from my perspective, I think we should move forward knowing that there's more that needs to be added. And once the new strategic plan's out, the policy committee will take it up again and we'll put more in. But Carol brought all this to us, so it's not, I don't think we're like running anything, that the wellness committee isn't aware of or wants in here, so.
Yeah, Jesse, can you, I remember part of this conversation, I may not be remembering this correctly, but under A3, when we talked about the strategic plan, I thought part of the discussion was, it just says wellness activities per this policy follow the current board-approved district strategic plan without actually listing them anymore.
Right.
And just referencing that there is one.
Yep.
And that
Yeah, that's why all those
so not
strikeouts
having
are
to
there.
come back to, in a
Right.
year and do this again.
Yeah, so that basically all of the goals are just whatever's in the strategic plan, like that's what we're doing.
Without actually putting them into the policy, but just referencing there is one. Yeah.
Yeah, and I suppose we would cross-reference that maybe at the bottom, once we have a new strategic plan.
True.
Okay, anything else on that one right now?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Okay, do you want to take us maybe the next two together?
Yeah, so these next two, use of physical restraint and seclusion, and then physical restraint and seclusion procedure. So these, Carla Fancy came and talked to us about these. So these were sort of being reviewed and updated based on a MDOE audit. And so that's where most of the additional language in here comes from. So in the JKAA, there's some language in that first paragraph referencing the accompanying procedure in 1, adding that protective physical interventions that, like, brief physical contact with a student is in there. And then definitions of serious physical injury and the word voluntary are being added. And then the second policy, physical restraint and seclusion procedure, there's some changes, just sort of updating a few things in there. There's not as much. Except on page 7, there's more that's in the incident reports for reporting. And then there's more on pages 8 and 9 in terms of special education, what the school is required to do. And then more reporting requirements on page 9 as well. But yeah, all of this came from Carla and based on that MDOE audit.
Yeah, there's a lot more requirements added.
Yeah,
right?
so all of that is now in here.
Well, in one of them, it looks like it used to refer to the Department of Ed and what information they required versus all the requirements. Am I reading that right on the page 11?
Yeah.
And so do you know why it was recommended to move to listing them all versus referring to the requirement?
That's a great question. Do you remember why we
Under C, you mean, reports to the Maine Department of Education? Yeah. So each entity shall submit to the department. We do submit this information to the Department of Education. It's an annual report. That's just what they require.
Yeah, I guess the question is, what if it changes? We have to change policy versus just referring to.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Why is it listed? That's a good question. And I think that came from the audit. You had specifically put this stuff in here, is my guess.
Recommended language.
Okay.
Yeah, I think basically everything in blue were changes recommended based on the audit. I think as the policy committee, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know that we had that many language tweaks.
Okay, so this is like a pass-through kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's helpful context.
And it was another great audit.
Great.
Yeah, the audit was very clean.
These are two policies that have a lot of guardrails on them, so from a legal standpoint, it's really like
It's important.
there's not a lot of wiggle room and stuff that we have to.
That you could change if you
Yeah.
wanted to. Okay. Any other questions?
That being said, we welcome any feedback. So if anybody wants to give us feedback, we'll take it up at our next meeting. So.
Okay.
Next up is child find, policy IHBAC. This is another one that all the updated language is based on that same audit. Yeah, so updating those ages. Yeah, so all the blue languages basically came from lawyers based on the audit. So people can read through and ask questions, but yeah, I don't think the policy committee made any of these changes. We were just like, this is what the lawyers told us we need to have in here, and so we are now passing it on to you guys.
Okay. Any questions?
But again, give it a close read and let us know if you have questions, and we'll get you answers.
Thank you.
My favorite one.
Temperature.
Ooh, let's talk temperature.
Yeah.
You wanna
Nope, I
talk
don't.
temperature? Okay, so this is a policy that we were told we now need to have. I believe the state of Maine legislature told us we need to now have a temperature policy. Is that right? The state of Maine told us we need to have this.
Yes, that's
Yep.
legislative.
So we need to have a policy about temperature, guys. So there was example language, and what we were really having to nail down was what the optimal temperature comfort zone is. And so it depends who you ask. And so we settled on somewhere between 68 and 75 degrees is sort of the optimal temperature.
So we chose that.
We chose that. We can change it.
Okay.
We can change it.
It was helpful. I
So
don't know what
they
we did.
didn't tell us what the optimal temperature is. We have decided that that is the optimal temperature. And I looked up a lot of, scientific studies about where people learn best, and it's 68 to 72 is really like.
I'm sure all our
choice.
spouses would pick something different.
Choice, right?
Like I
yeah.
don't know what temperature it is in here, but my hand is so cold that I'm like finding.
I feel great.
Yeah, you feel wonderful, and I'm like my hand.
Poor Don Foster has run ragged.
Yeah.
To settle everybody's temperature settings.
And then the other key thing is like, when do you have to do something when it's outside of that zone? So we picked 7 degrees above or below our comfort zone is when something should be done, and it's more to do with heat, I think, than cold, really, because you'll notice all the bullets of things that can be done, like opening windows or pulling down shades or moving to different classrooms, and then that last bullet on days of extreme heat considered rescheduling or etc. So Jeff assured us that teachers will or principals are taking action long before that. When it gets too hot, people are turning fans on, right? You're not like waiting till it's too hot. So,
Yeah, and also to say and acknowledge that some of our rooms in some areas of our high school, especially where we really don't have climate control, can get close to this temperature,
right?
For sure. And so that's something that we know this building is without climate control.
So the legislature didn't include any infrastructure funding to support their
No.
temperature guidelines.
It was an unfunded mandate.
There's
Weird.
another unfunded mandate.
Weird.
So the real question is, basically this is just form language, but do you guys think 68 to 75 is the right window, and is 7 degrees off of that the right, amount of heating or cooling when we should do something? And it doesn't really matter because it doesn't say one way or the other, just like you're supposed to have this, and then
82 feels a little warm to me.
it does feel warm. It is warm.
80, 81, yeah. That's my only concern is 7 degrees under is fine to me, but 7 degrees over feels a little warm.
Well, but 7 degrees over, that's just when you're expected to take practical measures. We could say that you should take practical measures 1 degree over, and but the practical measures are opening windows and turning on fans, or, it doesn't. I have real problems with this, the way this was written. But again, it was just handed to us, and we're just sort of picking the numbers. So.
Well, and I certainly understand that if it's our policy and the temperature suddenly gets to 82, that is challenging for a teacher to, if they're just not in a position to be able to suddenly make that change. But I feel like the spirit of it is such that if it's too hot to learn, I would hope a teacher would.
I think that sort of is like that now that there is a policy, people will now have thermometers and start measuring the temperature, and maybe we'll have good data on what parts of our school are too hot for how long.
I've already been given some data.
Yeah, and we may,
about this building.
Yeah.
This building is the one that's harder to manage without climate control.
Yeah.
What temperatures have been recorded in classrooms?
85, 86, 87 in some parts this year. I'm just talking about this year.
I remember being in the art room for one session. Do you?
Oh yeah, the bell tower gets
hot.
really bad.
You were up in the bell tower. Oh, you mean the classrooms?
Yeah. Yes, not the
Like
actual
the
bell tower.
literal
No.
Do it
The
as
bell
fast
tower
as
in the
possible.
classroom.
Talk about that classroom setting in the bell tower. You okay?
Yes.
Yes.
That would be awesome. That's a cool elective.
Parts of the English department upstairs, those rooms can get really warm. Even the math and science, just the way the roof is, it takes in heat. And certainly the gym.
Do we send people to the GCA?
We do move classes when it gets that warm. Yep.
Well, and on your facilities plan, it's talked about having an energy project at the high school that will help improve heating and ventilation, and our SRF projects, 2 of them hopefully will address some of the stuff at the high school, 2 of the wings.
Yeah, I would strongly recommend, well, I know the facilities committee is already looking at this, but I would recommend, and we've talked about this for a while, that a climate control approach at the high school is taken in the near term. It's something that we've talked about. I know that we continue to get feedback from staff and students at this school that there needs to be some climate control.
Our buildings are year-round. They're not school year only. These buildings are used constantly by the community and by the schools year-round.
So you did some research, you recommended some numbers, and this is where we ended up. Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
Did we ask the admin about these temperatures?
Well, Carl Francis is on this, and he is the principal of this school, so I think he was able to speak to the temps, especially in this building, which are the most problematic.
Kim, do you feel better with 80? Like, do you feel better with
5 degrees?
5 degrees?
Yeah, I would go to.
I mean, I don't know if we can specify 5 over, 7 under, so if that's just getting into the weeds too much, but.
Welcome to the policy committee. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we can.
mean, again, that number is just like, after that, we have to do something. But
Right.
it doesn't say you can't open a window or whatever before then.
Of
It's-
course, of course.
Yeah, it's like you could do any of these things at any time, but it's like, uh-oh, if it gets to 80 degrees, now you gotta open a window. Like, so you gotta do something.
I'm assuming
It's
you
just
already
like,
have
when
a
do you
rule
to
on
do
the
something?
cold side, because I know, like, if some reason the heat's been out, you won't open if it's not up to a certain
Well,
temperature.
we move classrooms. Usually what happens is in our modulars, sometimes the heat doesn't come on a Monday morning for whatever reason. That's like once in a while.
Okay.
So we don't have those classrooms in that space until the heat is on and ready to go.
And until what temperature, though?
Well, up to, well, in this case, it would be, 68. I mean, we're trying to get the temperature up so it's comfortable in the classroom. So I guess what I would just say is that we try really hard to make sure it's comfortable for people in the room. And if it's not, we're being proactive, we're moving people. In the event that an entire building doesn't have heat, then obviously in that case, we don't have school or we're sending people home. I can only remember once that we've actually, maybe twice since I've been here, that we've actually had to do that.
And as far as building administrators, sorry, towards the end, it says families should ensure that their students are dressed appropriately, and then building administrators are responsible. I presume that we have sweatshirts, jackets, things available for students that come to school.
There's
We
a
maybe
massive
don't.
lost and
We have
found.
a lost and found, but
Yeah.
we really don't have it for this particular purpose necessarily. We have a lot of lost and found clothing.
Yeah.
We do have,
Do our social workers kind of keep an eye on
they
that?
do.
Yeah.
It's funny because I was at Mabel Wilson for dismissal today, and a lot of the kids were wearing shorts, short sleeve shirts.
yeah.
I know our high school kids do. I know our middle school kids do. I think some of it is this is a really challenging policy because some kids don't feel it, and then other kids feel it a lot. Our staff feels it.
It's probably the staff.
Yeah, the staff are the ones who are gonna be.
I had
telling you
anecdotal.
it's 82.
I had teachers tell me that they were administering, I think it was the iReady or NWA, I can't remember what it was. And it was 86 degrees in the classroom, and the teacher said the results they're awful. I don't even have to look at them. So those are situations that I'm concerned about, and that was in this building.
Yeah.
It was in this building.
I think I heard about that.
And so I think that's what we have to pay attention to, is that are we allowing our classrooms to get that warm? And if that's the case, what are we doing as a district? Because we can do everything in the moment, move the classroom, put the fan in, all those things. But I really would recommend that we seriously look at an energy project for this building, if nothing else.
Yeah, you'll never be able to balance the heat here unless you do.
No.
In the AC.
All right.
In air exchange.
Yeah, if people want to do more research and get back to me, I mean, I looked at a bunch of scientific research about, and it was like looking at test scores that like once it's above 80, like test scores go way down because your body is spending a lot of energy sweating, and so your brain has less, right? So it's like, I think the comfort zone we picked, I think, is like scientifically based, and you know.
Jesse, we've actually had rooms that, you know, you're saying here we try to set everything at 68, but we've had times where they've dropped down to like 61, things like that, and they're slightly uncomfortable, but the temperature, by a certain time of the day, the temperature comes up.
One point for clarification, and we didn't ask this in policy, but school buses or transportation, is there any kind of guidance that we have to do for that? Like, this doesn't count for that, right? But if like you're in a 90-degree bus for 2 hours up to Rangeley or whatever it is, like that's pretty rough.
They can open the windows.
Open the window.
If they need to.
Maybe
They can crack the windows and balance them. There's ways. Yeah, the drivers.
Okay. So only in schools what we're talking about.
The drivers work with their students and passengers and stuff on the comfort.
All right. So again, this is just first read. If other things occur to you, if you have questions, reach out to policy. We'll get these back. Facilities.
All right. All right. So our last meeting was the 7th, I want to say, or was that the 7th or 8th or something like that? It's the Friday after our big community meeting. So we got updates on the one campus, and we talked a lot about the old facilities building and just kind of the timing of that switch and move. I think it was decided on after working with Steve and Scott and Megan, thanks to you three, that we are going to, the plan is to try to do something with the Union Hall entrance, right? Like the gate.
Awning.
Yeah, the awning, and incorporate that.
It's not the entrance to the building, it's sort of on the side, and it's the over the door. There's a name for it. I'm sure somebody in construction knows what it is.
But it's supposed to be like symbolic of the
Yeah.
entryway, like the hallway you're walking in.
It was
gateway.
the original entrance.
Yeah.
Saving that and putting it into the new school over an entrance, not the front entrance, because this piece is much smaller than the front entrance doors will be, but putting it over an entrance at the new school to preserve its original meaning, which was to protect the entrance to the school and to represent the old Union Hall in the new building. This was our compromise. It's a really lovely piece, actually.
Great.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think it was
very
called
symbolic.
a canopy, but I'm not sure.
Canopy?
We'll have a grand name for it. And then power is scheduled next week to get to the new maintenance building. So we're still scheduled for like December, like moving in and being completed with that. But if we get power next week during a holiday week, we'll be very thankful. Moving on. Okay, so we are planning to get updates from the design team and the architects on some of some of the requests that we have for additional projects that we could put to it, so our alternates, and just get some final numbers there. And I'd like to gather some building committee members in the next few months for just a presentation of how we're doing against the project, and from a budget perspective, from a construction perspective. So stay tuned for that. We talked about radon testing and air quality testing in schools. I'm not sure if you want to say anything to that, Scott, but that has been going on. And our next meeting is in December, and we're going to talk about the facilities plan. So that's it.
Great. Thanks, Tim. Curriculum.
Curriculum committee met this past week on Tuesday. We are very much focused on strategic planning right now with the survey. We had, I guess, what I at this point would describe as a soft launch of the survey prior to our meeting on Tuesday, where we just realized that we really needed to take some more action to get the word out there and encourage more people to respond and participate. And so, we went from 158 responses to, it looks like 483 responses as of now in just a few days. And, I think given past participation, we'd like to see that closer to 1,000 or more. So certainly anything that you all can do to take the survey yourself if you haven't already, and encourage everyone you know in our Cumberland and North Yarmouth communities to do so as well would be greatly appreciated. And if, if folks have ideas for other ways that we can be getting the word out as well, certainly let us know. But there's been a great effort there from committee members, and Mari Treblecock has, really spearheaded a lot of that as well. So, and Melissa and the communications committee have done a great job of supporting that effort. So the strategic planning survey is open until December 5th, and then the committee meets again on the 9th, and we'll kind of figure out next steps from there. But
Great. Thanks, Annika. Yeah. Kim, equity.
The Equity Committee met on the 12th, and we are just continuing to work through the plan. Again, now that we've been living with the plan, to tweak things, update things. And I was not able to be there. Lauren or Caitlin, is there anything you want to add from that meeting?
We just, Mari reviewed the changes that were made from the meeting prior that I was not at, so that was helpful to me. And we just are making our way through. We moved on to a new section of the plan, and we're steadily looking at it and having good conversation about what needs to be updated.
Okay. Great. Thanks. Megan, any additional things for communication? You had some pretty exciting ones already.
Yeah.
Awesome.
That's my
Thank
team.
you. Okay, ad hoc committee reports. I know that we had athletic advisory. Okay. Do you want me to? Okay, I'm happy to.
I'll comment if needed.
Oh, yes, please chime in. So we had our first athletic advisory committee meeting Tuesday. Had a great conversation about the turf field and just all of the feedback that we've gotten from our student athletes that has been, for the most part, very positive. And I think the only thing that we've just heard a tiny bit about is slipping, but that's sort of by design once we talk about it a little more with people, and how well the athletes adjusted to the surface, and just how it's been such a great experience, and we did not have to move one game, practice, or anything on that field, and the amount of playtime that people were able to be on campus was incredible, which was really one of the biggest goals about getting a usable field there. We are still talking about some of the how to be good neighbors to the turf field. There's still some light things that were being looked into, just some settings, ensuring that the clocks are, the timers are on for the lights going forward. Of course, all of this activity happened at the same time that it got dark earlier and we were using the light. So I'm sure for a while it was very noticeable as we got into the sports season, and we're trying to continue to find ways to make sure that they're on the schedule they're supposed to be on, that they're pointed the right direction. So just fine tuning the launch of this field. Also, I know there's been some questions about the usage guidelines. We did talk about them briefly in that, again, the end times had come up, and really games, the only reason they were scheduled, I think the latest game that was scheduled was there was an 8 p.m. football game, and part of it was that the other team needed it a little later. I think they're typically scheduled at 7. But the lights do stay on 30 minutes after a game ends for safety reasons. And so that is why some of the later end times are just on the policy. It's not that the intention is to use the field that late. It's just in case it happens to be that a game goes to overtime and then people need to get off the field, but they're not intentionally just left on until that time. Anything else about the field? Okay, we talked about the athletic website, which has been a topic of conversation for a number of years, and that we would like to improve the athletic website, make a lot of things easier to find. And I guess I hear it works well for coaches and not so much for fans. But there's also a movement at the state level that they may be switching, which we don't want to switch before they switch. And so we're just kind of waiting to hear what's going on at the state level before they have a big recommendation. But the other thing that was really talked about is the fact that it's hard to find live streams, which are through Huddle, not YouTube, but the links still go to YouTube. So they were trying to correct that. So just some things that if you're in the know, you know, if you're not and just want to enjoy, then it is hard to find. So that was discussed in trying to find ways to address.
And both of our Huddle cams, one got struck by lightning and the other one, I don't know. There was an issue with both of the cameras that are being worked on. And they gave us basically a free camera.
That's what it sounded
like.
Yeah. So they were.
So we're working on the cameras, trying.
But the teams really enjoy the Huddle footage. And then, yes, we did talk about booster organizations and booster policies and bringing all the boosters back together and starting to ensure there's alignment on things, especially that are very visible, like who gets ad space where, sizes of team members, making sure that there's just a standard that everyone uses. So that was also discussed. And that was some major.
I think the only other thing that we discussed was we went over the new program rubric.
Oh, yeah.
And we talked about possibly the foundations of starting wrestling and cheerleading at the high school level. So we talked about like general community interest, the impact on existing programs. We were just kind of talking about the basics of everything. I know Shapiro mentioned he was meeting with some of the students who were interested in starting these. We talked about like competition with other schools and like sizing and if we'd have to do a co-op with other schools. I think part of the issue was like going through grade levels. I think a lot of it we talked about was at the elementary level and then again at the high school level, but there wasn't much of it. I think specifically cheerleading, there wasn't much of it at the middle school level. So it was just that weird adjustment of like kind of skipping a whole part, which we talked about. But again, we're just like at the foundational levels of starting to talk about that just because there was kids interested in doing it, which I think is really cool. So I'm excited to kind of go back to that next meeting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's nice, like, if there is a kid who wants to wrestle, that there's some options and opportunities to wrestle as Greeley, but, like, work out with another team.
Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome. Yeah. Any other updates?
I just wanted to add, Sarah and I went to the North Yarmouth Select Board the other day to just give a brief, like, I don't know, a brief speech or kind of context around why we requested that they be involved in the enrollment study. So they took that under consideration. I'm grateful for them for doing that. They had an agenda item on it. They had a discussion. They considered it. I think they're in support and they agree that they want to be involved. I was disappointed that Sarah and I couldn't be there to be part of the discussion part because it was so late. She and I both had to go because they, I think, talked about the investment and there was some confusion around what the expectations were around them from a financial standpoint. And I think right now they see it as should be our burden since, you know, the taxpayers already pay into the school. I don't think they necessarily see like what their financial investment or the investment or what data they would use out of that as well, like why it's important for them, not just the school. And so I think, you know, there's probably discussions down the line around some of those details, but they are very willing and excited to participate in it, and they see it as an important aspect. So just want to give you that.
I have asked the town manager for clarification because I got word about that, and I think we do need to sort out the financial part of it because I think there was a big question mark at this point, it appears that the SAD would be bearing the cost of all of it. So, which we'll need to work that out.
And did it come up at all? Just to me, it seemed like part of why we were asking them to do this with us was it gives them, I don't know that accountability is the right word, but they have more of a vested interest in it. It's not so much that we financially need them to participate, although of course
we talked about that. I was like, the most important thing is you're engaged and invested in it, and like we could figure out any of the kind of the financial implications after it. I just see it as also it's not just for the school that this study would be, and I think that it could come across as like, oh, they're just doing another enrollment study like they would normally do, but we're trying to take it a step further in terms of like, these have implications on where you plan, who you're planning for, the types of housing you provide, where, like, so I feel like it's not just a school need, it's all of our needs. And I don't think that came across. It still very much fell flat on like, oh, the school does it, it should fall on them. They're just asking for more money kind of thing. And I think we missed that part. So I regret that I wasn't there to be able to articulate the next step. But we've got time down the line to kind of figure that out from an RFP standpoint. If they want to stay out of it, then we'll do what we normally do and do the best that we can do with what we have. But I think it's going to be a better process if we look at it as an investment very differently than we've looked at previous studies that have quite frankly disappointed both towns. So like, we'll see. It's the beginning of a journey.
We don't want it to be a one and done. It's like, it's actually the beginning, like getting the study done. It would be the beginning of a longer term
it's a big journey.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe some more information with both towns again about this, because it was raised at the joint meeting, obviously, and discussed there, but I think the development part of it for the towns might have not gotten through. And it goes back to 10 years ago, there was a real joint report that was done, and it wasn't just enrollment, it was development. It was comprehensively looking at who your demographics are in both communities, looking at the development and the patterns of development and the projections of development and the enrollment. And so it was not a one-way thing. It was we have done enrollment reports for the SAD since then, and those were truly school enrollment reports, and the SAD bore the cost of that. But this is a much bigger, and I maybe it wasn't expressed that way at the joint meeting. I'm not sure. Maybe I didn't do a good enough job articulating it. So I think more information is going to be needed before we can go forward with this, honestly, because we want to do this comprehensively. It's not going to work if we don't. Right. Yeah. Let me put it that way. Yeah.
They were
split 3 ways.
They were very interested in being part of writing the RFP and choosing who did the survey. That was the study. That was an interesting aspect. But definitely the comprehensive aspect, or pulling together the planning or considering demographics, that did not equate in understanding.
So what did they really vote on?
I think they were we had wanted them to consider, right? Like, do they want to be a part of this process? And I think there's still, based off their discussion, a little bit of confusion in terms of like, yeah, of course we want to be involved, and yeah, we'll vote for being a part of the RFP and writing it, but we're not going to have any kind of financial investment in it. However, like, I don't think it was like that's it, gavel down kind of thing. To Leanne's point, this is the start of something, and so I think we could do a better job of like what we really have in mind and why we're proposing what we have. Because we've only had a couple-minute discussion on it. I think it was just like, hey, they're going to be involved in us, and it was enough for them to move forward with us in continuing the conversation.
Yeah, and I almost would say that it would be like a working group to develop the scope and then maybe revisit as far as like, because a large scope would be a larger investment.
Exactly. Yeah, and then we could be like, well, it makes sense for you to do that, or it doesn't make sense for you to do that. So.
Yeah.
I find it interesting, the financial burden, because it's coming out of everybody's taxes either way. I don't think we're going to increase the cost if they're involved. So I think the cost is the cost. and they share in the school cost, so.
I did a little bit of the math, like if it's a third, a third, a third versus we cover it, then it's not a third plus for North Yarmouth. That's so, yeah.
The difference is whose budget bears the expenditure in the increase in expenditure.
And then sorry, I'm not going to say anything.
But that's, I mean, that's what that's about.
I found out.
Yeah.
That's what
the
it's all
beginning of a
about.
journey. They said yes, they would talk to us. That's good.
I think a scope.
The other way, you're just
scope
giving
would be
somebody a bill.
I think it's we need to get the
I think we
scope.
need to get the scope down.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
then we can talk about the rest of it, because the scope is the most important part, and it is way more than an enrollment projection study. We can do that on our own. The SID board can do that on their own. I think what is really important is being able to tie the threads all together to be able to do some futuristic planning. That's the most critical part of that, and that's what's missing. And we can't do that on our own. We need the towns to help us with
and
that.
Cumberland hasn't had their vote yet.
They haven't, no.
And I'll touch base with Tig. I think that's their perception of what we're talking about, but it would be good just to ensure that going into their conversation is clear.
Whoever goes and talks with them, watch our video and then learn from it. Study it like an study.
And so I went more on the lines of trying to engage the public in filling out the surveys. And that kind of has brought a lot of community questions, specifically about the pre-K survey and clarity. And 4 or 5 different people have emailed me about struggling with language, struggling with what are they asking? And just, so I went out and I'm asking them to fill it out, and they tried to fill it out. And somebody, one of the responses was, I feel like someone is trying to trick me. And that just felt icky. So there's a lot of community misunderstanding that I think we need to clear up.
When is that survey open until?
December 2nd.
Okay. Yeah. I tried to fill it out too.
Did it make sense?
I will say that I think we'll talk about what, I think the starting point where you walk into that, you would have to have some background knowledge.
Yeah.
And so maybe we can do some just background knowledge sharing.
And I think that was probably part of the intent of the survey, which might feel like there's, what are they asking is to provide that background knowledge within the survey itself. And it might, but it sounds like for some people it wasn't clear enough.
Yeah, and these were people who were not specifically members of the school environment more, so they were a little bit away from it, but just not understanding what the district is responsible for, what the district is asking. Are we asking for more pre-K? Are we asking for special services? And that was, it just felt very frustrating for many.
I've heard similar, and so I think it's late now, so I hope that down the line we have a conversation about this in an upcoming agenda item, just about our just pre-K in general and the plan and what we're hearing from a town perspective. And I'd be curious, you talked about a workshop at some point, and I think from what I've heard in the last couple of weeks, like, okay, yeah, the workshop's a really good starting point. So
yeah, just there's so much education that I think has to be done about what actually the requirement is. And yeah, the state has put forward a goal of universal childcare, but there's no requirement. But now there is a requirement around special ed services. And so, yeah, what angle are we approaching this? And I think we have a lot to learn from the group, the committee that's been formed. And so, yeah, I think we have a whole education piece that we're looking forward to.
The next step after the survey results is the work group will be, they've asked in the survey, do you want to participate in a focus group? I believe that's one of the questions. And So they'll be forming focus groups for people that want to participate and provide more information as to what they're thinking as to these delivery models. So that's the next step, actually, after the survey results are done.
Okay. Any other ad hoc committee reports? Yes.
Just quickly say, so there was a community partners meeting with PTO and Foundation 51, and Jeff and Mari and myself were part of that as well. So quickly on the PTO side, they will have a presence at the craft fair coming up, as will Corey and Mallory, I believe. So you can see them there. There's also going to be a takeover of a Mariners game, which they are currently advertising. Greeley gear, as I may have already shared, is now available year-round, but then they're also doing flash sales on occasion where there's 10% off and some special items. They're going to be adding grades 4 through 8 to their wildly successful readathon this year, which will not be until April, so more to come on that. And they have a parent university coming up on parenting anxious kids, December 11th at 6:30. On the Foundation 51 side, they completed their fall grant cycle and funded 3 projects, 2 of which were middle school guitars and a Cromwell Center visit. And then they'll have another round of grants in the spring, and one of their goals is to actually get more broader community involvement, so not just applications from teachers and staff within the schools, but it actually is something that other people within the Cumberland and North Yarmouth communities could apply for, so we can help encourage folks to do that. And they'll be doing their ice cream social event again at the end of the year. We'll also be hearing from them at an upcoming meeting, I believe, so
Great.
Leave it at that. Thanks.
Thank you. Lots of exciting things. Any other ad hoc committees? Okay. I don't have anything else for communications. It's
we do.
Oh, sorry.
The
We do.
musical.
Oh, the musical. Yes, it was dress rehearsal tonight. Hope everyone's got their tickets. I think they're almost sold out. And Sound of Music. You should see it. This will be great. I'll be there. All right. I don't have anything else. It's past my bedtime, and we still have a motion for an executive session.
I move to enter executive session to discuss land acquisition pursuant to state statute MRSA 4056C.
Second.
Thank you, Jesse. All in favor? Great. Thank you. It's unanimous. Thank you to our students. You can now leave.
Happy Thanksgiving.